Hello, 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 hello. Welcome, one, and welcome all to the Shakespeare Show, or Shakespeare if you prefer. So, for today, we actually have some really interesting content lined up, of course. We will be speaking with the one and the only Brooks in just a little bit, about 25 minutes or so. So I'm looking forward to that. First, I did want to go over just some small things. Hello, Schmegley. It's so nice to see you. Welcome in, welcome in, and welcome in, Pippa. It's so nice to see you. Um, so, like I said, we're going to be discussing some preliminary things, which will more than likely, take up the next 25 minutes. And then we will transition over to speaking to, again, like I said, the one, the only Brooks. And we will be talking about Deleuze, particularly Ressentiment, and of course the connection between that and Nietzsche. So please make sure to like and subscribe for those of you that are on YouTube. And make sure to follow for those of you, and subscribe if you so wish, for those of you on Twitch. So, first, one thing I did want to sort of talk about was this really wonderful interview with Professor Avi Schleim, because I've been having conversations about like the history. I mean, my article series on the history of Zionism in Palestine, and so Professor Schleim kind of represents a particular contingent of Jewish people. Yes, hello, Demal. Welcome in, welcome in. Who are often like written off as not being real in some cases, particularly because they themselves call themselves Arab Jews, right? And so that idea of being Arab and Jewish are somehow seen as like, oil and water, so to speak. So I really wanted to sort of begin, right, the process of looking at Professor Schleim, who is one of the most kindest people you will ever meet. Like, absolutely so polite, so kind. Yeah, it's just, yeah.
So my first question is, before 1948, in broad terms, how would you describe the experience and culture of Arab Jews living in the Middle East?
Before the emergence of the State of Israel in 1948, there was a large number of Jews living in the Arab world, something like 800,000 Jews. And there were Jews in Lebanon, in Syria, in Egypt, and Iraq, where I come from. In Iraq, there were 135,000 Jews.
Which is a lot. I mean, again, like, Jewish populations around the world tend to be in the hundreds of thousands if they're considered large. Like Mexico's is considered not that large, but it's bigger than Ukraine's Jewish community, which is, like, I mean, it's only has become so small in size due to historical reasons. But, like, people don't think of Mexico as having a large Jewish population in comparison to Eastern Europe. Right, and of course that's for historical reasons. So again, just one country, Iraq, you have 135,000 people. Novara Media.
For the establishment of the State of Israel, and then nearly all of them ended up in Israel reluctantly. But there were Jewish communities throughout the Arab world. The Jewish community in Iraq was the most ancient, going back to 2.5 millennia ago. It was
so I've mentioned this before on stream, right? Is that the Jewish community in Babylonia, right, as he's trying to get at, in what is now modern day Iraq, right, has been there for 2,500 years at least. In fact, we know this from the archaeological record, where actually the Jewish people that would have existed at that time probably would have been considered, or the Hebrew people at the time, right, they actually had a cuneiform version to speak what essentially would be kind of like what would be Hebrew, but using the cuneiform script. Ash Sakar, yeah, that's right. Sarkar meets Avishleim.
The most prosperous, the most successful, and the best integrated into local society. So this was.
And again, they were. I mean, like again, this is one of those things where like you could not tell an Arab Christian Iraqi from a Arab Jewish Iraqi. There was no way. I mean, the intermarriage, etc., has always been a thing. But it's the same thing with like in other cases where it's like you couldn't tell like a German Christian from a German Jew. They looked exactly the same. And in fact, we know this was the case because the first laws to identify Jewish people, right, that later inspired like the Yellow Star of David, for example, later on in the 20th century, I should say, start way earlier when in Rome the Pope says, hey, we can't tell who's Jewish and who's not, and we don't want them to have intimate contact, so to speak, so we're going to make them wear the color yellow. And in Venice they wore red. Like every place got to choose a different color, right? But it started off with yellow, so that history of yellow is
something that completely changed the face of the Middle East. Today, we have complete and stark division. There's Israel on one side and Arabs on the other side. But before 48, there were Jews throughout the Arab world, and Muslim-Jewish coexistence was not a distant dream. It was everyday reality. And my book, 3 Worlds, Memoirs of an Arab Jew, has aroused a lot of interest in the Arab world, because young Arabs, well, not so young, any Arabs born after 1948 would have no idea. They would have a clue that the face of the Middle East was totally different. The Jews and Arabs lived side by side until the arrival of Zionism and the establishment of the Jewish state, which was a real a point of real division and polarization in the area.
You talked.
And now one thing I want to state too is that like this is why when I was having these conversations in a Discord server, like people trying to contend that like, oh well, Zionism doesn't do this. What I mean, the issue is other historians, even with lived experience, say that was the case, right? That's the problem, that it was disruptive, that it was exactly, it caused the problems that we know that it did, right? It did cause a polarization because again, and I will also bring up the fact that during the 1982 Lebanon war, when Israel invaded southern Lebanon and made it all the way to the suburbs of Beirut, it was Fatah, right? It was the PLO that had that put armed guards to defend the synagogues from IDF fire, because they have a history of destroying Jewish sites, oddly enough. So there was a whole wing of scientists whose quote unquote science was to just say, oh, I mean, that's still the case now. I mean, there are so many people that try to like find other ways to say that, right? And even try to couch it in scientific language. I mean, like scientific anti-Semitism is still something that people try to use, right? Notice I didn't even say Nazi science, because the Nazis were using a science that way too many real scientists were using, right? I mean, like eugenics was considered just like another branch of science like any other, like that's the reason why genetics as such, right, and it's close tied with eugenics, is one reason why I'm like, don't put all of your stock into these DNA tests, right? Like, don't, like, race science is still race science, so yeah.
About the coexistence between Muslims and Jews in the Arab world before 1948. To make it tangible, in terms of things like food, socializing, music, even mixed relationships, what was the kind of cultural glue holding people together?
The language was the glue, a very important factor. My family and I, we were Arab Jews. We spoke Arabic at home. We didn't speak any other language. Our culture was Arab culture. Our food was the most delicious, spicy Middle Eastern food. It wasn't European food.
See, okay, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be pausing so much, but one, like, this is the thing too, where like people are like, oh, you know, like when they think of Jewish food, right? They think of Ashkenazi Jewish food, right? Like, kind of like schnitzel and you know different things like that, right? And I'm like, I didn't grow up with that. Like I grew up like having carne asadas, like right, like all the Mexican stuff, spicy Mexican stuff, right? Like you know birria, all that stuff. It was just kosher. That was the only difference. But everything else, you know, I had you know chile de árbol, chile de, you know, like I had all that. You know, there was none of that was missing from my life because my family was completely, you know, Mexican. So like it never, it always just ate because we were, I mean we are, you know, Mexican. So
My parents' music was a very, very nice blend of Jewish and Arabic music. So in every sense of the word, we were Arab Jews. We were Iraqis whose religion happened to be Judaism, and there were Iraqis whose religion was Muslim, and there were Iraqis whose religion was Christian. But we were all Iraqis, and we were united by that. Furthermore, we Arab Jews had much more in common, linguistically and culturally, with non-Jews around us. We had much more in common with them than we had with Jews in Eastern Europe.
And when you say had a more in common with the non-Jewish neighbours in the Arab world versus Eastern European Jews, what were the differences culturally between Arab Jews and Eastern European Jews?
In Europe, the Jews were the other, in inverted commas. The Jews stood out. Europe had a Jewish problem. Germany had a Jewish problem. Adolf Hitler thought he had a solution to the Jewish problem. Iraq did not have a Jewish problem. Iraq had a lot of minorities. It had Christians, Chaldeans, Assyrians, Turkomans, Circassians, Jews, a lot of minorities. And the Jews were one minority among many. And they were treated no better and no worse than the other minorities. And there was a long tradition of religious tolerance between the different minorities. In Iraq...
Oh my gosh, seriously? Schnitzel hummus, Mr. Beast Feastables, imagine. Oh my gosh. I don't even know what to say to that. And yeah, if you're looking for other ways, I don't know why. I want this to also appear on YouTube, but for some reason it doesn't want to do that. Let me just quickly transition over so I can put it in YouTube. If people are interested, again, feel no obligation whatsoever. This is just another, like, if you would like other ways to help me, and you know, so I can continue working and streaming and writing, you know, you can always do so there. Schnitzel hummus. And see, like, the interesting thing though is like when like my family kind of like started to like first started to eat things with like that were like Middle Eastern, like they always they were like, oh, it's Lebanese food, you know what I mean? It was really funny how because like that's how they had grown up, like associating it with like the Levant, but particularly with Lebanon. Saw the latest allegations against Jimmy was that his chocolate isn't, oh no, and it's not kosher. Oh no, oh that's bad. That's really bad. I mean, like that like there have been lawsuits by the Orthodox Union and other groups if people lie, because that's, I mean, yeah, yeah, there's definitely going to be lawsuits, plural, for sure, if that is true, that it's not kosher and not halal, for sure.
The Jews did not live in ghettos. They lived everywhere with the rest of society. And anti-Semitism is a European malady. Anti-Semitism grew in Europe, and from Europe it was exported to the Middle East. And one proof of that claim is that there was no literature in Arabic, anti-Semitic literature in Arabic. So when there was when anti-Semitism took off in Iraq after the First World War, anti-Semitic literature had to be translated from European languages to Arabic.
And indeed, like, this is the same thing too. Like, this is there were no ghettos, right? Like in Mexico, right? Like as such, right? One, because I don't want to go deep into that history, but like there are neighborhoods where Jewish people tend to live, right? Jewish neighborhoods, but they aren't like the ones that were created in Europe, right? In fact, the origin of the word ghetto is from what happened in Venice, which was there was a small island where it comes from the word gettare, right, which is also related to the English word to jettison, right, to throw away, right, because that's where forges would throw their trash essentially, and so they said that will be il ghetto, right, and so that became, and that's why the houses in the ghetto are also far higher than the rest of Venice, because there's only limited space. And so that Rome also had its own ghetto where it was put in the bottom of the kind of like peninsula that the city of Rome is on, like the ancient city of Rome, that like floods all the time, has mosquitoes. It's like really, really bad. So again, it was with that intent to
literature like Adolf Hitler's Mein Kampf. So that's the difference, that we felt at home. We were
Right.
treated as locals in the Arab world, whereas in Europe, the Jews were always a separate class of people and a problematic class. And it took Europe much, much longer than the Arab world to start treating the Jews as co-citizens. And even before the Jews got full rights in the Arab world, at least they were citizens. They were second-class citizens, but it was much, much better than the status of the Jews in Europe. And it took Europe much, much longer to come to terms with the fact that Jews are ordinary human beings who deserve equal rights.
Can I play devil's advocate for a
Yes.
second? There are people who would listen to this and would maybe say, aren't you looking back with rose-tinted glasses? There's anti-Semitism in Islamic texts. There's anti-Semitism which is, core to the Muslim identity. I don't think that, I'm Muslim, but many would say that, in particular, Israel's advocates. How would you respond to that accusation?
I would respond by saying that you can always find quotations to support your point of view. And you can always pick some lines in the Quran and say this is proof of anti-Semitism. But to counter that, there are so many quotations in the Quran that are not only not anti-Semitic, but the opposite. And in general, in Islam, the Jews are treated with respect. They are Ahl al-Kitab, they are the people of the book. And so are Christians, incidentally. They're also the people of the book, and they're treated with great respect. So you can always find selective quotations to argue whatever you like. Another variant of this argument, for which you play devil's advocate, is that Islam is incompatible with democracy. And you can find quotations to suggest that. But if you look seriously and objectively at Islamic scriptures, at the Quran, you'll have to conclude that there is nothing in Islam which is incompatible with democracy. And this is if you look at it objectively. And I define objectivity as uncritical acceptance of my views.
That's so funny. That's how I...
Oh my gosh, that's no, but like one thing that is kind of important to say is that yes, if in like historically speaking, if you were Jewish, you wanted to live in the Islamic world. I mean, that was by far the best place to live. Like now, this kind of concern trolling, as the youth say, right, of particularly Western European countries vis-a-vis Islamic countries, right, is like not taking into account the fact that, like, as mentioned, right, like the anti-Semitism that they have garnered, so to speak, is as a result of European anti-Semitism, not out of like some inborn, anti-Semitism. And that is something that, again, hello, Philippe. It's not loading for you? Oh no. Well, hello, Philippe. It's good to see you. And so like one thing that I find very important here too is well, it just like a fun fact is the actual office of the Advocatis Diaboli, right? The off like it actually is a job. It was a job at the Vatican to be the devil's advocate. Oh, good, good, good. It's good to see that it's working out. So, devil's advocate was an actual job at the Vatican when it came to, and it was a canon lawyer, right? It was someone who knew the canon law, etc. Blah blah blah. That was sort of well, they played the devil's advocate, right? They represented Satan, I guess. When people who were beatified and were trying to become canonized as saints, right? They had to kind of go through like a trial, like, was this person really that good, right? And so that is where the concept of the devil's advocate comes from. It was a job in the Vatican until John Paul II kind of got rid of it, and then that's kind of why now, like, the speed at which saints kind of have been canonized sped up ever since John Paul II. But like, yeah, like that used to be a job. Like someone had to represent and be like, sure, you say that you say that was a miracle, but was it really blah blah blah, And so, but anyway.
Define objectivity too.
My wife defines objectivity as male subjectivity.
I think she's right. When did the status of Arab Jews begin to change? Was it with the emergence of Zionism in Europe? Was it the Arab Revolt? Or was it the 1948 establishment of the State of Israel?
It's a gradual process, and it's difficult to put your finger on one particular date. But in the aftermath of the First World War, Britain sponsored the Zionist movement. And so one key date is the Balfour Declaration of 1917, in which Britain pledged support for the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. This was a classic colonial document which completely disregarded the rights and aspirations of the local people. In 1917, the Arabs were 90% of the population, the Jews were 10%, and the Jews owned 2% of the land. And yet Britain, the colonial power, chose to privilege the Jews over the Arabs. And I've written a lot about the history of the British mandate in Palestine from 1920 to 1948. But I can summarize it for your listeners in one sentence, which is that Britain stole Palestine from the Palestinians and gave it to the Zionists. That's why resentment of the Zionist movement started to build up, not just in Palestine, where the Arabs were being displaced by the Zionist project, but throughout the Arab world. There was real sympathy for the Palestinians, and there is still strong sympathy for the Palestinians throughout the Arab world today. And I'm not talking about governments, I'm talking about people.
One thing I do want to add to this, right, is that Momus... Oh, yeah. The devil's advocate job at the Vatican sounds like a similar situation. What happened? Well, I mean, the thing is that, like, they had to be a top-notch, like, canonical lawyer, because, I mean, they do have ecclesiastical trials to this day. I mean, you know what I mean? Like technically, like, you can sign, like, you can go before a rabbinical court, right, for certain things. I mean, obviously not like, murder or something like that, but if it's something like, because sometimes people would rather have it adjudicated through Jewish law, because, for example, if you steal something, right, and you can't give it back to them, then you have to give it, essentially 150% of its value back. Some people would prefer that than to possibly, get a sentence, right, of whatever it might be. So some people will choose that, but again, that's something that both parties have to agree to. Like, you can't go and be like, oh, I'm going to do it at a rabbinical court, and it has to be, well, I mean, for one of the parties has to be Jewish. But it's usually like small claims is what is done, but it can be, but but like anything that's like religious, right? Like divorce, right? If you're going to do a religious divorce, right? which is where you get a get. And that's what it's called. It's called a get. That is an act of divorce, which can be initiated by either by the woman or by the, well, again, keeping with Orthodox Judaism, right, and their idea of the binary, right, either party, which is something that makes it very distinct from Christianity, was that, and from the United States, was that, like, Jewish people could get divorced and the woman could be the person, you know, to bring up the charge of, like, you know, irreconcilable differences, or, you know, that they weren't performing their husband duties in a way that was appropriate. Hello, FLFNF. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, Narwhal. It's so good to see you. That man has beautiful hair. Yes, yes. Interestingly enough, he actually looks like part of my own family. Like, I don't want to say like specifically like members such, but like he reminds me of someone in my family like a lot. Like even the hair, like that's why I'm like, oh yeah, I totally like. But he's such a kind man. But yeah, they're like top canonical lawyers who have like done, you know, different cases, and they literally would, like, I mean, you would literally be like a prosecutor, right? Like, I mean, because you're the devil's advocate, right? So you're advocating for the devil, so that means you have to like essentially prosecute a case against the, you know, this is foreshadowing that Shakespeare grew him in a lab. No. No.
So that was one factor that changed, and the Jews in Iraq were associated with Britain, the colonial power, and because Britain was responsible for the displacement of the Palestinians from Palestine by the Zionists, that fed into hostility towards the local Jews.
Oh yes, and see, this is the thing. It's like the entire history of the Zionist movement hitherto, right, up until, well, particularly, like, this is why my own article series starts at 1917, right? And, you know, again, you can subscribe to it and read them if you like. I know that, you know, people can't always keep their subscriptions going. I get that. Trust me. It's either on Patreon or on Substack. But that's why I chose that date, because when you start, like, when I like to zero in on the fact that the British purposefully held the Palestinians back in so many different ways for the entire time, right? Like, oh, they did not let them like industrialize on any scale, but they let the Zionists industrialize at any rate that they wanted to, right? Just even the education was, you know, segregated, right? Like, oh, well, you can get an advanced science degree if, you know, or an engineering degree if you're, you know, going to Technion, but if you're going to, you know, if you're rural and you know, live in the rural areas and you're Palestinian, they don't want you to go to get higher education in the first place. So going over how from the beginning there was always a bit of a, you know, issue, right?
Then the other turning point is 1948, the establishment of the State of Israel and the first Arab-Israeli War. This is when ethnic cleansing happened. This is when Israel expelled 750,000 Arabs. They became refugees. More than half the Palestinian population became refugees, and the name Palestine was wiped off the map. This is the Nakba. It had repercussions throughout the region. The Iraqi army fought in the war for Palestine. At the end of the war, Israel signed armistice agreements with all its neighbors. These are the only internationally recognized borders that Israel has ever had, and they are the only borders that I recognize as legitimate. This is the pre-1967 borders. Iraq did not sign an armistice agreement with Israel. The Iraqi army withdrew from Palestine, and Iraq is still officially at war with Israel.
What? I'm starting to, you know, I'm starting to really like, you know, Iraq now. Not just no, but No, but it's true. It's true that Iraq never signed an armistice agreement, so it technically is at war with the state of Israel. Um, Hello, powerful finger. Welcome in. Welcome in. Yes, this was in your Substack post. Oh yeah. I should go act. Well, if you want to. Again, people are more than free to subscribe, and I'm currently writing up the next part as we speak. Well, not exactly as we speak, but you know what I mean. Like I already have like half of it done. It's just like always trying to make sure that I get. If Saddam had I mean, he did do the ICBM stuff. Remember that actually hit Tel Aviv. So I mean, there was that. But one thing to keep in mind, though, is that one thing that is kind of missed here, and again, I get it. It's an interview. Obviously, I'm not expecting him to go into like he shot Tel Aviv. Right? Yeah. Yes, that's right. Was that it like the expulsions, right? Like Al Nakba, right? Began technically speaking, really it did begin in December of 1947. Like people that want to say, oh, Israel responded to, the Arab Legion's, coordinated invasion, that isn't true. Like Ilan Pape goes into detail of this. Avi Shlaim goes into detail of this in The Wars for Palestine, his book from 1994, I want to say. Even Benny Morris goes into this in the first edition of his the creation of the Palestinian refugee problem. But in the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, the Zionists begin to create militia groups, right, that start to expel thousands of Palestinians that then start entering, seeking refuge in the neighboring Arab capitals, right? So Damascus or Damascus, Beirut, Amman, right? And of course Cairo, because that became sort of like the center of that was the capital of the Arab League. But this kept increasing and increasing and increasing and increasing to the point where then you had the Haganah, the Irgun, and the Lehi, right? Each first on their own doing these expulsions. So already, like hundreds of thousands of people had already been expelled from the areas that they wanted to claim for the state of Israel. And by March 1948, that's when Plan Dalet gets put into place. And so that is when you start to get the like mass expulsions on a huge scale, because now you have the three militia groups working in tandem. Like they don't always follow everyone's orders, the orders, but they're all working in the same, and they also have the is it Hevel? This group of elite soldiers that trained with the British, right? And so instead of using their, like they were trained to fight against the Nazis, and instead they took their training and used it against Palestinians who literally almost every single time were defenseless. Like there's like another historian, I think Noor, I forget their surname, but Noor goes over the fact that like they were actually surprised at how defenseless people were, because they really were like, oh, okay, we're going to be ruled by some other leader now, because that was so common in Palestine after thousands of years, essentially, right? So they didn't put up a resistance in that sense. And by the time you even get to May, right, there had already been so many mass expulsions. There had already been all of this violence. Deir Yassin happened before May 15th, which was one of the most, horrific massacres on the road to Jerusalem. So all of this, like, oh, well, Israel was responding to or defending itself against, doesn't make any sense. And also, it had already made a deal with with Jordan, right, with Jordan, to essentially say that they would not join in on the united front, so to speak, and that they would not invade any of the lands that weren't going to initially be part of the Arab state in the first place. So by getting rid of that threat, because they were the most powerful army in the Middle East at the time, the most experienced as well, they were essentially fighting against inexperienced Palestinians with, very small, light arms, and also other countries of whom there wasn't any real coordination between them. So, like, if to be accurate, like, yeah, there was an invasion, but it was in response to already, like, 70%, something along, I don't know why 70% is coming to mind. I believe it's 70% of all the Palestinians that were expelled from historic Palestine, or from what became the state of Israel, were already expelled prior to the declaration of independence by the state of Israel. So, you know what I mean? Like, that, the capitals of the neighboring nations were all flooded with people saying, hey, these people are, destroying our villages, right? Kicking us out of our homes. And that was what the response was towards. So, anyway.
In the aftermath of this war, that there was an upsurge of hostility towards the local Jews in Iraq and elsewhere throughout the Arab world. And there was popular hostility towards the Zionists, but also there was hostility at the official level. The Iraqi government began persecuting the Jews in Iraq. The whole climate change, Jews were fired from government service. Restrictions were placed on the activities of Jewish merchants and Jewish financiers. Quotas were imposed on the number of Jews who could go to universities and medical schools. So this was a real turning point in Muslim-Jewish relations in Iraq.
In a way, you stop being Iraqi and you start becoming Israelis who are living in Iraq, in the eyes of the government.
This is absolutely right, in a nutshell. And I have a remote relative. He was a writer, Yitzhak Bar Moshe. He moved to Israel. In Israel, he wrote 10 books, all in Arabic, and one of them is called Al-Khuruj min al-Iraq, the exodus or the departure from Iraq. And he says, we left Iraq as Jews, and we arrived in Israel as Iraqis. But it's Israel that made all the difference, because Zionism gave the Jews a territorial dimension for the first time in 2 millennia. Now, Zionism created a Jewish state in Palestine. Anyone in the Arab world who didn't like Jews, anyone like the Istiqlal party, the right-wing party in Iraq, which was very anti-Jewish, and any anti-Semite could say to the Jews, you don't belong here, you're not from here, you are alien, and why don't you go and join your brothers in Palestine? So the whole...
And that is exactly what, in fact, there was a British Jewish member of, like, the only Jewish member of the cabinet during the Balfour Declaration, when they were conceiving to have it be signed and put into place, that said, if you do this, if you found a Jewish state in Palestine, then every Jew around the world, right, will be treated as though they are alien, right? Like, because then they will say, oh, well, your homeland is over there, right? Whereas, which is, what Avi Shlaim is talking about, right? That, that they will be at home nowhere else in the world but there, right? And that would increase the hostility and anti-Semitism the Jews face all around the world. And it's true, right? It's like, that is why a lot of anti-Semites tend to couch their anti-Semitism in anti-Israel rhetoric, but it's as a way, like, that's why you have to be very discerning when it comes to those things. But, like, even it was the only Jewish person in the British cabinet at the time of the Balfour Declaration that was saying, no, don't sign the Balfour, don't do what the Zionists want you to do, because what they will do will be disastrous for the Jewish people. And so that's kind of something that's always stuck with me, that that then it's been used as a way to say, oh, well, then you can just expel, Jewish people, right? And to justify anti-Semitism, etc.
Attitude towards the local Jews changed, and the Jewish community in Iraq, which had contributed to nation building at every level, changed, or the perception of this community changed, and from being a constructive pillar of Iraqi society, it was viewed increasingly as a fifth column.
How was the Nakba understood by Jews living in the diaspora, particularly in the Arab world? How did they think about it?
1948 was a very, very anxious time for the Jews in the diaspora and in the Arab world, because whatever they felt about Zionism, they were now seen as implicated in what was going on in Palestine.
And that is still very true in many ways, like this is why the conflation between Zionism and Judaism is anti-Semitic, right? Because if you see a Jewish person and immediately consider them to be Zionist as such, or to, or see the state of Israel somehow representing the Jewish people, that is actually anti-Semitism, right? Because it doesn't represent the Jewish people, right? It the nation state. The CNN host Van Jones, he went on a Zionist. He went to a Zionist event not that long ago, and the guy who was his opener on even was an evangelical. Oh yeah, I mean, Ilan Pape's newest book, Lobbying for Zionism on Both Sides of the Atlantic, which I know is a mouthful title, but still, at the event was evangelical. Yeah, notes, literally, it's the first sentence in the first paragraph of the first chapter, right? That Zionism began as a Christian concept, and later an active project before, the aspirations of Jewish people to be free of, Christian anti-Semitism, European anti-Semitism, right? Then became a way for them to sell it to them, right? To oh, hey, well, what if you that guy said something along the lines of, oh my gosh, are you kidding me? That's ridiculous. Gosh. He helped what's just beyond deranged about that, about even saying that vis-a-vis Hitler and that finding their way to Israel, is that is the fact that you had the Lehi, right, willing to oh, well, we will ignore your anti-Semitism, right, because the fact that you are, that one of your things is you want to transfer, right, Jewish people out of, your occupied territories, we want you to do that. We want you to send, what I mean? And that's why, the fact that they are part of what is now the IDF, right? Those three organizations, Haganah, Irgun, and Lehi, they became the IDF. Even though it was the smallest of the three, they still were the ones that, and it wasn't even just them. I mean, in 1937, they had, I forget, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Nazi Germany visiting, and then they also had Eichmann visit. You know what I mean? So the relationship between these two countries in their, pre-state formation of the State of Israel, says a lot, because Hannah Arendt says that the reason why that apparently Hitler liked to work with the Zionists in Eichmann in Jerusalem, she says this, was because they, quote, thought in national terms as well, end quote. And so I don't know, like just like stuff like that has always just stuck out to me when it comes to all of this. Let's see here. Okay. I think very high Israeli official politician met with him and spoke to why they need to support Israel. Yeah, I mean, I there is like you can look it up. There's like Ein Nazi nach Israel, or nach Palestina actually, where they actually like had a commemorative coin minted to celebrate that they had a Nazi come visit the state of Israel. So,
and Zionism was a movement by European Jews for European Jews, which had very little appeal to Arab Jews. And the Zionist movement the Zionist leaders had no interest in the Jews of the Arab countries. They tended to look down on them as no better than Arabs.
And look, and I don't mean to just keep pausing with Avi, but like, this is the same way how it still is with Latin American Jews, right? Like, especially if they're not white, right, or considered white, right? Like Argentine Jews, right, that are like, that are European Jews, that, the descendants of European Jews that just moved to Buenos Aires or whatever, like they are considered a community worth, that the Israeli state spends time trying to, have people make aliyah, immigrate to Israel, etc. But like the Jewish communities of color, those are the ones that they don't really care about. In fact, they are, if anything, in many ways actively hostile to it. But
primitive, as backward. What changed that was the Holocaust. The Holocaust removed the main reservoir for Jews, for the Jewish state to be. And it's only then that Zionist leaders began to look for Jews from all four corners of the earth, including the Arab world. So the attitude of the Zionist movement towards Arab Jews changed, and now Arab Jews who had no interest in Israel were felt unwelcome, unsafe, and many of them ended up in Israel. My mother used to wax lyrical about the wonderful Muslim friends that we had in Baghdad. And one day I said to her, did we have any Zionist friends? And she looked at me as if this was a very peculiar question. And she said to me, no, Zionism is an Ashkenazi thing. It's nothing to do with us.
Israel supporting Argentina in the 70s and 80s. Oh, yeah, I mean... and it's interesting that he says that, because that's kind of like what my own family kind of was like, oh, like that's what like the gringo Jewish people, like that's for them, right? Like that's their thing, right? Like Zionism is not something which, I mean, not that I want it to be, but that was something like they never, because one, the Mexican community that is like historically Mexican, so to speak, is not the community that they care about. It's the community that arrived to Mexico after the Second World War that they have done outreach with. Is that it made it very clear, right, that it was especially an Ashkenazi thing. In a country where, again, our Jewish community in Mexico is larger than Ukraine's, but that's not because Ukraine, of anything Ukraine did, right? That's because of what happened in Europe during the Second World War. So growing up, for me, like, this idea was never taken seriously, right? It was never taken seriously. It was, yes, that's right, it's Ash Sarkar. So it was always seen as like, oh, it's for like American Jews, it's for whatever, like Ashkenazi Jews.
And so that ethnic stratification of Jews, so Sephardic Jews, Ashkenazi Jews, Mizrahi Jews, what kind of impact does that have in contemporary Israeli society? Because I don't think all of these terms will be that familiar to our audience.
Ashkenazi Jews are the Jews of Europe and North America. by and large, and Sephardi Jews are the Jews of the Middle East, North Africa and the Middle East, and some countries in Eastern Europe like Bulgaria as well. The name Sephardi comes from Sfarad, which is Spain, and the name Sephardim comes from the Jews who were expelled from Spain and Portugal in 1942. And from Spain and Portugal, sorry,
1492.
In 1492.
I was like Christopher Columbus in 1942. I didn't do a history GCSE. But
Well done, thank you for the correction. So the Jews were expelled in 1492 from the Iberian Peninsula.
Ash herself is coming from Muslim background, just to note, when she played Devil's Advocate. Yeah, that's another Avi Schleim. Yeah, Avi Schleim, who is, I mean, he's a very kind man. And a really good historian. Like, I mean, like in all of his books that he's edited, like he's always had voices that were more right wing, more, you know, liberal, more and Arab voices, right, Palestinian voices, you know, even more Zionist voices, all in, like, I'm thinking of a particular book that the title escapes me, but it's one of those books that was like kind of like a shift in the field of Israel-Palestine studies and history. But because it has like Benny Morris, but then it also has Noor, and then it also has, you know, Ilan Pape, for example, right? So it has a diverse group of people in there. But yeah, Avi Schleim, whose book Three Worlds is him talking about the history of Arab Jews, particularly those in Iraq, because he's an Iraqi Jew.
And they wandered, they settled down in North Africa and in the Middle East, and they're called Sephardim. Now,
the only thing I would say is that they also settled in Latin America, right? Whether they went there directly, right, by hiding, right, being, you know, by whatever means, right, or by way of, like, oh, they escaped to Italy or to, you know, and then later on went to Latin America. A lot of Sephardic Jews went to Latin America as well. But the huge, and that's often called Western Sephardim, right? And that's like a old, I mean, like that's the community that founded that whose ship got blown off course and were admitted to live in what was then New Amsterdam but is now New York, right? So started that community there for the Dutch West Indies Company, right? Dutch West India Company, I should say. And so, like, they would have been Sephardic. So, like, you know, there were other places. Same thing with the Jewish community in Charleston. They also were Sephardic as well, and all of the ones in Latin America in the major Spanish ports and capitals like Mexico City, etc., tended to also be Sephardic as well. So later on you have large migration waves of European Jews that are Ashkenazi. So
Israel was created in 1948, and all the Jews from Arab countries who ended up in Israel are called Mizrahim. Mizrach in Hebrew means east, so Eastern Jews, and that's a collective term from Jews wherever they came from in the Arab world, Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, Lebanon, wherever.
Which is funny because, like, Morocco is like Al-Maghrib, like it's as far west, quote unquote, as you can go. You know what I mean? Like, it's as far, you know, connect in the Eurasian African landmass, right? Like it's really far west of Israel, but it's in relation to the idea of the East, right? So it's Orientalism, right? Like, that's what Mizrahi. That's why I don't like that term, right? Because it's an Orientalist term. It's saying that it doesn't matter where you're from, whether you're from technically more west than, you know, Hungary, for example, like like Karasu can speak to, right? You're still Eastern because you're not European, right? And there's a like you can kind of see where the white supremacist logics, right, that are at the basis of Zionism, right, begin to metastasize, and also, ethnically, racially, whatever, stratify even Jewish people, right, right, where like Ethiopian Jews are treated very, very poorly, but because they are given an advantage over Palestinians, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? So it's like, it's very complex, but at the same time, again, it's this I think it's 100%. I almost want to say it's 100%, but I could be wrong. But like almost the vast majority of all of the prime ministers of all of the major, just like capitalists of the state of Israel, they've all been Ashkenazi because they were the ones that came with the capital in the first place. So, that's another thing to keep in mind.
And this is a common term, Mizrahim, for all Jews of
Moroccan Jews
because,
are.
Jabotinsky, who, as I understand it, was an early...
Well, okay, with Moroccan Jews, that, yes, like, they are considered Mizrahim, but it also depends which community you're part of, right? Because, like, for me, they would be considered Sephardim if they come from places like Casablanca, right? But if they come from what was Fez, right, which became, you know what I mean? It's like, I mean, literally, there were, anyway, I don't even want
Zionist. He wrote, "We Jews have nothing in common with what is denoted the East, and we thank God for that." When the image of the Zionist Jew is completely antithetical to what it means to be Arab, even if you're an Arab Jew, what did that mean for Arab Jews in Israel?
So Jabotinsky was the spiritual father of the Israeli right, and in 1923 he wrote an article, "The Iron Wall: We and the Arabs," and this is the Bible of Zionist foreign policy. It was in two parts: an analysis of the problem and a solution. The problem was that the Zionists wanted to establish a Jewish state in Palestine. Jabotinsky said, "The Arabs are not a rabble; they are a people. No people in history has ever willingly made way for another people to come and build a state on their land." And
it's important that he does say their land, because he even calls them quote unquote natives, right? Like Ben Gurion, Jabotinsky, like all of the founding fathers, etc., they recognize the Palestinians as being indigenous to the land, and themselves being as the colonial, right, infiltrator, so to speak, right, settler, right, I should say, not infiltrator, but like the settler, right, that was coming in to expel them. Like, that relationship was very openly, I mean, because at that point it was seen as a positive thing, right? That's why when someone asked, again, in this Discord conversation of what is the most Zionist country on earth, I mean, again, not concerning whether they agree on such and such policy, but just in terms of like, the number of people, percentage, it's the United States by far. Like, it's the most Zionist country ever, because Israel is its permanent aircraft carrier in the Middle East, right, for it to continue its own imperialism, right? It also tests things, like Israel will test, things that along its borders, right, so to speak, against the Palestinians, that then the United States buys and then uses again along the border wall, right? So like, even if I were to drive the 2.5 hours from here in LA down to the border with Tijuana and sort of go, I mean, I probably wouldn't want to go into the middle of nowhere, but if I were to go, right, along the border, I would see like the drones that were developed in by Israeli companies, right, that can like facially recognize, or the all of these different things that they have, like even this like weird the best way how I could describe it, but I don't want to give it too much, like, oh, it's this, device that's so it's like a heat, like it's like a heat ray thing, but it's not like, oh, like it's just a way to, like, anyway, it's not important, but it's like this thing that they use, that not only shoots off light, right, like a beam of light, but it's also very hot, right, because that causes the body to react in a certain way, and so blah blah blah. But it's not like a heat ray, like, like some cartoon, right? Also the evangelicals and stuff, right? And then the next one was Australia, right? Like the Five Eyes, which are the Anglo settler colonial states of New Zealand, Australia, the United States, Canada, and the UK, all share all of their infrared. Yeah, it's like that. I have the book that talks about it, but I would have to, like, pull the book, open it up, and find, and I don't want to, like, but it's one of the many series of books that talks about how that, that chant from Mexico to Palestine, right? There's a chant that has those exact words in it, because of the fact that, DHS, INS, all of the like 5,000 border agencies that exist in the United States, they literally get their stuff all from the Israelis, because it gets tested on the Palestinians, right? And the United States even breaks its own rules. Like, excuse me, it says, crossing the border without authorization, blah blah blah, is illegal. Let me tell you right now, they cross the border into Mexico all the time with their drones. If Mexico did that, even like if a government drone did that or whatever, they would shoot it straight out of the sky. But the United States, like, feels like it has the right to patrol both sides of the border in that sense. And it's actually called border optics. That's what the book is called. So again, it's and then, like I said, the 5 Anglo countries, right, the 4 settler colonies in Britain itself, are the most Zionist countries on the planet, right? And Germany has come out to also be like after them, right? Like Israel, a lot of the people that are there are not necessarily are like, one, there's a lot of anti-Zionists, right, in the large ultra-Orthodox population. In fact, I know of a family that has, like, I kid you not, 23 kids, and they've paid in cash. Like, not that they have a lot of money, but that they don't want the Israel, like, they've never taken an Israeli birth certificate, an Israeli ID card, an Israeli driver's license, none of that. They don't even want the health insurance from Israel. Like, they're like, we will pay for our children's, births and everything, like, ourselves. That's how much they don't want to be part of the, very, very anti-Zionist, but, living in Jerusalem, right, and, very pro-Palestinian. 100% would lose, right, exactly, so.
For Arab, opposition to Zionism is inevitable and inescapable. So what do? His answer was to build an iron wall of Jewish military strength. The Arabs would knock their head against the rampart. Eventually they'll give up the hope of defeating the Jews, the Zionists, on the battlefield, and then will come the time for negotiations with the local Arabs about the rights and status in Palestine. So that was Jabotinsky, a strategy in 2 stages. First, build up military force, and then negotiations from strength with the Arabs. The trouble with Netanyahu and the people like him and the more extreme right-wing Zionists in Israel and the religious Zionists in Israel today is that they only understood the first part of the strategy, building up military force in order to subdue the Arabs indefinitely.
Which is something that, again, even when it was occurring, right, like early on in 1947 and then 1948, the amount of, like, Israel had essentially gone from about 20,000 to like later 80,000 soldiers, right? The Palestinians had about 7,000. They went from like 2,000 to 7,000, right? Defenders. Because they focused so much on this. And of course, there was the fact that they also were able to buy weapons from Czechoslovakia and also the Soviet Union. So there's that. But mostly from Czechoslovakia. I don't know exactly like what the proportion was or what what exactly they bought from what, but I do remember in the book The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine by Lampape, he does note the fact that it was actually both. It wasn't just Czechoslovakia, it was the Soviet Union as well. So in that case, right, the other countries around them, right, could not Masaryk was very supportive of Zionism. Yeah. And again, that's because there were some people that thought that, there could be some idea, and I'm not saying this is necessarily what he thought, but some people, like the idea of self-determination, right? Hello, Tails and Wings. Thank you so much for lurking. Was that like, well, it's determined, like the main thing is that Western Europeans, Masirik's own independence movement itself is a problem, right? Is that Europeans did not want Jewish people to have self-determination in Europe, right? Like that was one of the things they didn't want. That's why the British and other countries, like after the Second World War, were willing to support the founding of the State of Israel, because otherwise, if Germany had to give up land, or Poland had to give up land, or whatever, right, to places where historically Jewish people have been, compelled to live, like in the Pale of Settlement, right, which includes places like, Galicia, in Volhynia, right, where we talked about with Lucy the other day on Friday about the massacres done there by the ONU and the UPA. If people were to be given land there for their self-determination, right, they didn't want that, right? On one hand, the Soviet Union wouldn't have also wanted that. They would have wanted for like it to be somewhere in the Western, like West Germany. But he viewed Slovakians as the small brothers of the Czech people. I mean, that's why I never liked this, like, trying to bring back the old language of Great Russians and Little Russians in reference to Ukrainians. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, why are we going to use 18th century language to discuss something that it has completely changed, like, since then? Like, it just, like, I don't know why some people think that somehow it's more accurate to call it Little Russia or something, or Little Russians, but whatever. It also had an idea about each nation should have a country, right? How to create a national identity, right? Because it comes out of the idea in the 19th century of the nation state, right? That the nation, right, as in the people. Wasn't there a Jewish oblast? It still exists, but it still would be settler colonialism. In fact, Karasu, since you were there in the discussion, like, you remember that, like, that was brought up, right? That, like, oh, but the issue is that even the Jewish autonomous oblast, there are already people that live there, right? The people that live in far eastern Siberia, right? Yeah, in the Eastern Soviet Union, between the capital would be Birobidzhan. It's very small, right? It's like this little like pear-shaped area, right between China and Russia, right? Kind of close by the border of North Korea, and close to Vladivostok. The Trans-Siberian Railway would go through it. But historically speaking, where have Jews in what is the Soviet Union lived? Not there. They've lived in essentially the border of the Soviet Union, right? So, if there was to be such a place, right, why have it as far away as possible from where Jewish people actually live? Not even in Europe, right? Way over there in East Asia, as opposed to where they do live, right? There is a kind of paternalistic attitudes to modernization that often ties with a certain ethnic dominance, right? Exactly. I mean, like, that is part of the logic of colonialism, right? That like they don't know how to use the land correctly, right? They're misusing it. They're letting it go to waste. So we can come in fact, when we go into the video that we were watching on Friday, I just have to be very careful, because again, when it shows indigenous people, right, whether or not they wear clothing as, say, a westernized, to the Western eye is, meets a level of clothing that, people would find quote unquote acceptable, is not something that I would ever judge, right? Like, however they dress is however they dress. But I know that like Twitch and YouTube probably, YouTube would probably be fine, but Twitch, I don't want it to get it, upset at, because it's not my choice, right? It's not me. But yes, it's always and in fact, it even starts with Sir Walter Raleigh. If you read his discovery of Guyana, the language he uses is like he literally cannot see the land for like the way how the indigenous people see it. He sees everything in terms of commodity, everything in terms of use, which is a very important term, right? That like, oh, why don't they use the land, right? And then that's how people claim, right, that, oh, well, this land obviously is terra nullius because they don't have XYZ thing that they have in Western Europe, right? And there was an attempt for creating such an area in Crimea too after World War One, a bid against Soviet leadership, Kulbela and it included Crimea. Oh yeah. I mean, like to me, like even that, like the Crimean Tatars, like that is one of those like things that I'm just like there is no justification, and the amount of reparations due to the peoples that were forcefully deported, like there is not enough that you can repay. I mean, it just like the reparations will never be enough, but that does not mean that you have to not give reparations and to let them have their lands back. Same thing with Palestinians. Like, that's why it has to be one state, and Palestinians have the right to have their their homes back and have their properties back. And if they don't want it, then they can receive monetary compensation. But as is defined in the law, right? As is defined in international law, right? Concerning this case. But like the people that want to make it a this or that type of thing, it's again like the idea of a nation state being coextensive to where the people live is a huge problem, and in fact has worked to harm the Jewish people, right? Because in the 19th century, all of the and they're called revisionist histories by Benedict Anderson, whose like work on nationalism is perhaps the best source to look at when it comes to this imagined communities, is that, and Gellner's too, right? Gellner's quote, right, that nationalism is not the awakening of a nation to consciousness, it's the invention of a nation where there wasn't one before, right? End quote. That's Gellner. That is exactly what Herzl and et al., like all the Zionists did. Like before, there were all these different Jewish communities that saw themselves as different, and now it's trying to collapse them into one thing and trying to act as though it's always been that one thing, and it never has been. So and that's the thing, that's the thing with nationalism, right? It's like then it imposes a national language. Well, which one? Like, right, like in Hungary, right? Like, well, which dialect of Hungarian, or which, or if it's going to be that at all, right? So yeah, we can see a lot similar pattern played out there, right? Exactly. I mean, like in the nation state law that was passed by in Israel in 2018, it made Hebrew the official language of the state of Israel, and said, well, Arabic is going to have a special status, but that's like contingent upon blah blah blah, essentially saying that, like, that they can start getting rid of Arabic language instruction, etc., if need be, right? And I don't think that that's right.
Rather than negotiate from strength as a political solution to what is a political problem. So there's one other point about Jabotinsky.
Let me see. It is a cultural destructive process which local clothes. See, exactly. And that's why there is actually a book that I'm looking at for my research, which, by the way, if you'd like to help me with my research, the book here is 24% funded. If you'd like to contribute, you can always go to throne.com/Shakespeare or Shakespeare. It's pinned in both chats if you'd like to help me out. Again, if you want to, you don't have to. But one of the books that I'm looking at talks about how the United States the system of education in vis-a-vis Mexicans in the American Southwest was done to destroy their culture, right? Our culture, I should say, right? Like, it was explicitly done for those reasons, right? Because, like, I know people who, like, if they went to school here, even if it was for a short amount of time, if you spoke Spanish, you would get hit by the teacher, right? Like, even something as simple as speaking Spanish in the city of Los Angeles, in the state of California, can get you, hit by the teacher of all things, right? Especially when, never mind, I'm not even gonna go into all that. But yeah, it's part of what Raphael Lemkin and what other people call, like, epistemicide, cultural genocide, etc., right? Because almost always the education system and things like that are used to, right, get rid of subaltern cultures within the country. So
Jabotinsky and all the other Zionist founding fathers, Theodor Herzl, Chaim Weizmann, and it was the orientation on the West. They all didn't saw the Jews as not being part of the Middle East, and they didn't want to integrate into the region. They saw Israel, they saw the Jewish state as an outpost of Western colonialism. And Jabotinsky is a classic example of that. He said, we have nothing in common with the Arabs, and thank God for that. But he also said, we will man the ramparts of the West against Eastern barbarism.
And recently, I know I mentioned this on Friday, Ehud Barak, gosh, I need to find that video. Maybe in the background I can look while we're watching the other video. But Ehud Barak literally, like, brought up, like, the idea of, like, jungle. You know what I mean? Like, he literally said, like, brought up that same language. And I'm like, bruh, it's 2024. You're really gonna talk about every country that surrounds you as being, like, wild and savage, and then compare it to a jungle? Like, are you kidding me? And again, Ehud Barak's supposed to be this, like, moderate person. Like, that's not very moderate to me.
And that tells you something about the Zionist movement and its geopolitics, that the emphasis was not on finding modus vivendi with the local Arabs. The emphasis was always on having the support of the great powers.
So first the British Empire
Yes.
and now the American
Yes.
Empire. Has there ever been a strain within Israeli politics who have wanted to turn away from the great powers of the West and remake Israel as something which is more integrated with its Arab neighbours? Or does that just not really exist as a distinct political trend?
It was a distinct Jewish school of political thought about the conflict. This was the big issue. This was the big question, that in the land of the aspirations of the Zionists, and other people...
I had no idea.
So what do you do about them? Jabotinsky had one solution: build up military force and squeeze them out. But there was a moderate strand in Jewish political thought in Palestine, which advocated coexistence in a binational state. The president of the Hebrew University, Dr. Judah Magnis, was one leader. The philosopher Martin Buber was another leader of a movement which was called Ichud, Unity, which advocated a binational state. But this was overtaken by events in 1948, when Israel used military force very effectively to cut through the Gordian knot. And after that, we don't see, it's only a marginal group of Canaanites who are not Israeli nationalists, who want to go back to the original land of Canaan and define their cultural identity as Canaanite. But this is not a significant political movement.
Is there...
So again, like the events of December 1947 and 1948 up until 1949, right? I mean the war is 48 to 49. That ended any of this like, oh well, there were more moderate voices. This is why when people try to say, well, you know, there is a kind of Zionism that is blah blah blah. No. The Zionism that exists now, right, fundamentally, right, it's already past the whole like the beginning of the Nakba, right? It already has the 1967 war. It already has all of these things, as it were, like as part of its baggage. You can't tell me that, oh well, there's a very liberal one that would be willing to XYZ. Like no. You have to address the first principles. You know what I mean? Like you can't just focus on today, because that's not the only issue in contention. It's every day since since the Nakba began, right? And even beforehand, one could argue, but it's like there's so much work that needs to be done to undo the immense discrimination, the immense racism, the immense the systems at work to keep Palestinians, right, either as second or even third class citizens. I mean, I don't even think that language really works, because like second class makes it seem as though they have like some like approach towards the rights that are given towards Israelis, right? And that's not really the case. And we see this more and more, right, where like they can't even donate food, right, to the people of Gaza because they're Israeli Arabs, right? They're like, oh well, your donations don't get to go in. So the IDF is letting it spoil, right? I posted this before again, and it's from Haaretz. And so it's like they don't even approach even that respect of donating food, right, to people in Gaza. So some of whom they could be family with, you know what I mean? So that is where a lot of this seems to really, I don't know, it irks me to say second class. I think it's worse than whatever that might be, because second class is like, oh well, they're still guaranteed this or this or this thing. No, there really are not. Like again, I was mentioning to people in General VC yesterday, I've been reading through the B'Tselem report on what's happening at the different prison camps, right? That have Palestinians from Gaza detained there, and people know about the story of one of those, with the metal rod, right? The heated metal rod, but every page is just horror after horror after horror, and it literally is titled because this is what the IDF says when you arrive, welcome to hell. And I'm like, yes, that's literally, like, I have no other way to describe it. So again, to say second class even for the Israeli Palestinians, or the Palestinians with Israeli citizenship, it's hard for me to accept second class, because that they are not guaranteed freedom of speech, these things. And that's why saying, well, there are more liberal Zionists that would accept this, and this. Again, the two-state solution is the apartheid solution. That's how I kind of think about that, right? Like, it doesn't actually do the justice that any solution, right, to this issue should do. It just kicks the can further down, because then it gives Israel the final veto on the right of return of Palestinians. It still usually comes with the security guarantees to the state of Israel, where it gets to control all of the borders of the West Bank and Gaza, right? So it doesn't work. It doesn't work.
A sort of double-facedness to.
Oh, hello. Hello there, Big Room. It's so good to see you. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Let's see here. Do you think there's any hope for the collapse of... Well, okay, look. I'll put it to you like this. It's definitely reaching a point where... oh, you have ads right now. It's definitely reaching a point where I would say the polarization within Israeli society has become so why is that, Mr. Cuddles? But the point being that it's so polarized, right? The Israeli society has become so polarized that in essence, you do end up having like this reckoning, right? That's coming that's gonna happen, right? Like one, I mean, the amount of the fact that nobody trusts like Netanyahu, etc., which was already there, but now it's just at the point where they don't want any of the religious right to have any power, right? Like that's, when that's what the votes went for so long, right? Like that's why he was able to win the majority, right? So I think that all in all, what we're going to see is the contingencies that let Israel be able to sort of say, oh, well, we can still keep this kind of military garrison of a state, right? That is effectively apartheid, and have it continue on, right? It's just not gonna be possible, right? Like it's not gonna be possible when you do have Hamas, Hezbollah, right, and other forces, putting more and more pressure, and more civilians having to be put under that pressure, right? Not just the IDF, not just the government, right, but the average citizen, right? And that's where a lot of that, once they start to do that, then that's when the chances for major shifts in a binational state or a federated state, whatever. I mean, technically those two are the same thing, but the point being that like you could have that possibly, come up in these protests at some point. But I just don't know. Like, I don't want to be trying to like predict like, oh, by this point. But I do think, I mean, if they're marching, right, like a few hours ago they were marching towards the Likud party headquarters. I'm like, I don't know what they're gonna do to the Likud party headquarters, but I definitely will say one thing is like, if Likud wants to continue to be a political force, I don't know. They kind of been really bad ever since they came into power. So
the way in which the Zionist project has positioned and thought of Arab Jews.
But I will say one thing: this is not this project that's going on in the Middle East, like what's going on with the state of Israel and there will be at one point one state. Like, there is one right now de facto, right? But there will be one that has the right of return for Palestinians and all of that at some point. I think that is it has become increasingly untenable for the concrete, reinforced concrete walls that the Israelis built, right, to separate the settlements and everything, to continue on, and especially because Israel is speed running to pariah state status, right? Like it's literally where South Africa was at in like 1990, 1991, right? Where like all these countries are embargoing it, right? Like even now Namibia is stopping ships that are heading towards the state of Israel, right? And it's like, well, they can't go through the Red Sea, right? So, and now they can't go over the Cape of Good Hope. Well, those are the only two ways, unless you go all the way around, right? So, there's that too.
Because on the one hand, it's very Ashkenazi, as you said, but on the other hand, Arab Jews.
Banana Republic refers to a state reliant on export of natural resources. Yeah. Well, yeah, because this was when the American Fruit Company, right, with countries in Central America, would essentially have such control, because the United States would essentially buy the entire crop of bananas from them. So that allowed them to intervene and to... Can't watch it now, but definitely will later. Of course.
Jews and the cultural identity of Arab Jews, whether that's food, whether that's names, it lends a kind of indigeneity to the Zionist project. So Arab Jews might be looked down upon, but also at the same time they're seen as a very authentic expression of what it means to be an Israeli.
Yeah, indeed. And one positive recent trend is that Arab Jews, or the descendants of Arab Jews, are very proud of their Arab heritage and of their folklore and culture. And I say the descendants of Arab Jews because all Israelis born since 1948 are not strictly speaking Arab Jews. I'm an Arab Jew because I lived in Baghdad before Israel was established. But the Mizrahim, the descendants of the Arab Jews, are more than half the population in Israel. But most of the elites, the political, the military, the culture, certainly the cultural elites, they're overwhelmingly Ashkenazi. And
I mean, it used to be higher. Like, it used to be essentially 100% it was Ashkenazi. Now it's a little bit less, but it's still not, it's not done out of like, oh, meritocracy, right? Because a lot of the Ashkenazi Jewish people in Israel, right, they can because this is something that happens a lot for people that are in the IDF. It's like they finish their service, right, which is 3 years for cis men, and well, again, I don't want to get into like all of that, but 3 years for men, 2 years for women. But then they're active reservists for the rest of their lives. Like that's one thing that people kind of don't understand, is that like even though you've served your mandatory service, you still keep your pack and your stuff, and you know where to go to your like nearest oh my goodness. Oh, thank you so much, FLFNF. Or thank you so much, The Big Room, for gifting a tier 1 sub to FLFNF. Now you don't have to suffer through the ads. Chiquita, yeah. It's literally just a pejorative now. Do they recognize, like, when we check our race? Yes and no. In the sense that, like, they will ask people, because usually the question is, are you, like, in the state of Israel, the only, like, because there is no such thing as an Israeli nationality, right? This is something that, again, I brought up in that discussion that Karasu saw, right? That explicitly the Ministry of the Interior of the State of Israel explicitly states that there is no such thing as an Israeli nationality. There is a Jewish one. And so you're either Jewish or not, right? You can be one or the other. And so when you check, as it were, Jewish, then they can ask you questions like, are you Ashkenazi? Are you Sephardic? Are you Mizrahi? Are you Beta Israel? Etc., etc. So, but in the most like simple sense, it's a question of, are you Jewish or not, right? And it's Jewish as defined by the Jewish Agency for Israel. So, hello, BCat K. Welcome in. I mean, I definitely do see what you're saying, Narwhal, that it is used pejoratively, right? That it is used as a way to talk about places, right, in a way that is only to disparage, right? Like, it's not like there's a positive connotation, right, with the idea of a banana republic, right? It's to say that they are heavily imperialized, right? Like, and in sometimes, I guess there might be also a, I don't know.
There's still a tendency among the elite to look down on the Mizrahim in Israel, and I would have liked Israel to become part of its environment, to integrate into the region, and therefore.
And this is something that, like, there's another documentary that I think we've watched on stream, but it was like 2 years ago, where, like, even Palestinians say, like, one of the worst things that happened was that we lost our own ability to connect culturally with the other Arab countries, right? Like, before, there used to be these railways, right, that would connect Al-Quds to Beirut, to Dimashq, to Amman, to Al-Qahira, right, to Cairo, Damascus, Amman, Beirut, right? Like, before, people could travel, and there were literary circles, and there was, you know, intellectual life, and, you know, stuff like that, right? And because now the state of Israel kind of locks everything down, right? Like, nothing can go this direction and nothing can go that direction. And historically, that's never been the case, right? Like, that's kind of what made Palestine so important historically, was that it's, like, right at this very important crossroads, right? And the Levant in general, so. Sorry to bounce back and forth. I heard you mention Guatemala. Guatemalans elected a very mild SOCDEM government under Arbenz, and that was the line too far, and the U.S. and the... Oh, yeah, yes. Again, it's... I mean, like, this is why, there was, who was it? Was it McCarthy? Or MacArthur? Yeah, MacArthur. Like, they were talking about, like, oh, you know, that they... I forget what it was, but it was brought up recently. And it's like, in Mexico, he's seen very negatively because he was part of the U.S. invasion force that took over Veracruz, the most important port in Mexico, on the eastern side of Mexico, right, that like goes to Europe, etc., right, during the Mexican Revolution, right, to essentially try to like change the direction it was going for a more to one that was more open to the United States, so to speak. So, there's that. I mean, here and in Argentina, país bananero is being used more and more as basically as a racial slur, sadly. Well, there you go, Narwhal. There you go. Yeah, I mean, again, I can see how it's used that way, right? I can see the racialized element in it, right? Because it's not going to be used in the disparaging manner it is, particularly again, like people aren't going to say it about Belgium, right? And y'all know how Belgium is. Sus.
I had hopes that the Arab Jews would become a bridge between Israel and the Arab world. But the Ashkenazi elite never wanted a bridge to the Arab world, and therefore the Arab Jews the Mizrahim, never fulfilled that function in Israeli society.
Isn't there also a problem of trying to see the Mizrahim as a bridge between Israel and the Arab world when Palestinians are denied their political rights, the right to self-determination, the right to land, the right of return? Because you can't both be, I guess, proud of an Arab identity and integrated with your Arab neighbours if at the same time you believe in a project of Jewish supremacy on a territory that Palestinians also have the right to call home.
That is a very, very real problem for Arab Jews. And the great majority of Mizrahim resolve it by becoming Israelis, by overcompensating, by becoming more right-wing, more Arab-spurning than most Ashkenazim.
And this is why you have a figure like King Albert of Belgium. Yeah, you don't, trust me. Everybody should be sus of all of those, small little countries in Europe, like Liechtenstein, Luxembourg. I'm looking at you. I know what you're doing. I see it. But Belgium, no. Trying to looking at you, Netherlands, right? Exactly. you're just there building your little islands in the middle of the just
sort of like the more English than the English thing.
More English than the English.
Oh, but yes, this is why you have Itamar Ben-Gvir. He is also of Iraqi Jewish heritage, right? But he's the complete opposite of Avi Shlaim, right? He's the one that's literally giving out AKs and Uzis and MP5s and AR-15. He's just handing them out like candy, because he's also the director of he's also the secretary or the minister of public security or whatever. So internal security, like the police forces essentially. But yeah, they overcompensate, which brings me to something else, right? To make a connection, how this also works when there are some people who are Chicano, right, or Chicanx, and they also begin to overcompensate, right? And this is something that is true, just, is where, there, I don't know if people have ever watched the movie Selena, right? It has, Angelina Jolie in it, right? Or Jennifer Lopez, I should say. Jennifer Lopez. My bad. That was me. I don't know why I got them confused. Jennifer Lopez, right, to play Selena, right, who was a very famous, Chicana, figure, etc. But there's one scene where they're in the car and they're saying, how come, it doesn't matter, if, when we go to Mexico, they treat us weird, but when we go to America, they treat us weird. And then the dad says, it's because you have to be more American than the Americans and more Mexican than the Mexicans. And that is one of those things about being an immigrant that that has always been kind of a thing, right? Where it's you meet these people where it's they do feel like they have to overcompensate because they're always seen as oh, well, you're not, Love that movie. I Love Bisque. Lobster bisque. One of the few things that Jennifer Lopez didn't ruin. Yeah, in fact, yeah, that was one of the. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But she ruined Louboutins. Not that I could ever wear those shoes anyway, but ruined them via her song. But anyway, but like that phrase, right? You have to be more American than the Americans. Hey, I'm finally around. Sorry about that. Oh, no worries, no worries. Just got going. Yeah, no worries. Okay, so let me just transition really quickly. Hello, Brooks. So good to let me just change that. Okay. Whenever you are ready, you can just call me and I will. Oh, my glasses? Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. You can just call me once you're ready. I just need to change the window capture. But besides that, I'm ready. But only if you feel like it. I don't want you to too high to get over, too low to get under. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. Shrimp bisque. Oh, that's the problem. Is like bisque is always made with stuff that, well, at least that I know of, right? Stuff that isn't kosher. So. But we're gonna transition to talking about Deleuze, which is funny because I was gonna talk a little bit about Deleuze first, but I think I would rather let the expert talk about that because Deleuzean stuff. But I was part of a group back. I mean, this is like a long time ago. This was back when I was still doing my graduate work. And like one of the big things that we were like we would do was like do lots of different readings and stuff, and sometimes try to apply it. And so I remember when we had to read 1,000 Plateaus, which is not what we're talking about today with Brooks, but I just remember that I told someone about it, and again, this was a long time ago. This was when I was still doing my PhD work, and like long time ago, and they read like like the first part where it talks about like the rhizome and everything. And then they literally told me that they did a presentation of essentially what was going to, which I didn't know this at first, but of what was going to become their dissertation, right? Their doctoral dissertation. And like that they like thanked me in their presentation and everything. And I was like completely just like, so, I did my part to, I think bisque is shellfish by definition, which is also makes it selfish. I mean, I get that. That's fine. But yeah, that was my experience with like we're reading Deleuze, and then I told them about it, and then the next thing you know, it's like, oh hey, I thank you for teaching me about Deleuze. Now I'm gonna use him for my dissertation. So there's that. More of an ingredient shortage. Yeah, I mean, from what I understand, like, because you want to get like a good consistency, right? Like, isn't that part of a bisque thing, right? It has to be like thick, so you probably have to put like cornstarch or something in there. Also, again, if you would like to, feel free to support me by supporting my research. You can always do so at Throne. It's currently 24% funded. You can always do it that way, or if not, there are other ways you can do so by going to my Cash App, my Venmo, or subscribing on Patreon, or on Substack, or because we're also trying to get to 500 subscribers on YouTube, so then that way I can get super chats. But until then, you can just put them towards the. Hello, Landom Lazy Lizards Lounge. Welcome in, welcome in. Oh my gosh, I love the little ooh woo. That's so cute. But yeah, is Brooke still in chat, or? But yes, if you'd like to help me, one of the best ways is always to help sponsor a book on Throne, because oftentimes that's kind of like what I. Those are usually books I just cannot afford, so stuff like that. Or you can always donate to me directly as well, because yeah, just researching it is not that doesn't exactly I remember someone telling me, like, you don't get a PhD for the money, and you were, oh my goodness gracious. Oh wow, thank you so much. Now it's 60% funded. Yes. Oh, that reminds me. Yay, thank you so much, Narwhal. That is so sweet of you. I appreciate that. Thank you. You don't get a PhD for the money, cha-ching. I know, right? Oh, also, I finally added stuff for the to the soundboard, so now we have, like, finally, but thank you so much, Narwhal. I really appreciate that. So
we literally have demons descending on us right now,
which is probably my favorite one. But yeah, but that was some timing right there. That was like, wow. Thank you so much. But again, yes, if you'd like to get it to 100%, that would. I feel like I should do a dono goal and just base it off like Throne, because that's the easiest way, right? Because if it's done, it's done. I don't have to, and just let chat choose what they want, I guess. Because I don't know. But I did put one, but I'm like, I don't know, because it's like, it's one of those types of sounds, so, Okay, anyways. Let's see, I haven't heard anything back from Brooks yet. Yeah, I know. I had to add it. I had to. It was just like, it was too easy. I had it available. And so, stuff like that. It's just like, the problem is, like, there's no good way to, like, normalize all of the sounds, so. Oh, is that a link? If you have a link, just you can post it in the Discord. That's the best way, just to put it in stream suggestions. But yeah. Brooks, where are you?
You what?
Otherwise, I'm just gonna show off my soundboard because I finally have one. You know, stuff like that. There is one though that's too loud, like way too loud, and I know people will recognize it immediately. I tried to upload another one that was as long as that one, but it just wouldn't work. Just wouldn't work. We'll do, it's just a clip of you. Oh, okay. Nice. And yes, free Palestine. Exclamation point Palestine, free Palestine. Palestine will be free from the river to the sea. And Bezras Hashem, I will be able to visit Al-Quds and finally honor my grandparents who always wanted to visit Al-Quds but would never do so if it meant participating in settler colonialism, so, and the oppression of another people. So yeah, I'm just waiting for Brooks to respond. Then we'll be good. Then we'll be totally good. And then afterwards, it's just gonna be, you know. But otherwise, I guess I'll just keep the interview playing, or... Oh, that's right.
We may even put this causality
Whoa. Sorry, that was a little loud. All right, okie dokie. Oops. Let's see.
Well, hello there.
Hello. It's so good to see you. Just let me resize everything so everything looks nice and somewhat professional.
Yeah, you gotta pretend to be professional at least.
Okay, so here we are. We now have the one, the only, the Brooks.
And thanks for having me on. God does not want me on this. So I got my COVID shot, my booster, 2 days ago, and I've been literally not able to get out of bed. I get like swollen lymph nodes, the whole thing. It's been really weird.
Oh my gosh.
And then this morning, finally, I'm like, okay, we can do this. I slept in too late. I was like, fuck. So I hit you up. My wife was very kind and got me a Starbucks so I could have like a little bit of get up and go. And as I'm sitting down, I wrenched my back and squeeze it, and it exploded all over my desk. So I had to.
Oh my gosh.
So it's just a comedy of errors in my life these days. It seems. So yeah. Sorry for all the time it took to get here, but hello.
It's very nice to finally get a chance to speak with you and to meet you one-on-one. Can I turn Brooks' volume up like 5%? Yeah, sure. Let's see here. Just one quick second. Okay, that should be good. Okay, so what? Well, I mean, I'm glad that you are feeling a little bit better. I'm so sorry that all of that, you had to suffer through all of that with the lymph nodes and everything. And I hope that you feel better soon. But yeah, you said you wanted to discuss particularly your last video, which was on Ressentiment.
Always happy to.
So I gave my how I somehow gave someone 1,000 plateaus, and it ended up helping them write their dissertation story. So yeah. So anyway, if you would like to just kind of start, just to kind of like introduce yourself and kind of tell us like like about the Quarantine Collective and stuff like that, if you would like to.
Yeah, no. So I'm Brooks. I've been not doing the YouTube thing for a very long time. Primarily, I actually come from video game development, some film, marketing. I've done a lot of stuff in my life, but I've been fortunate that in the background, a hobby of mine has been sort of ongoing reading philosophy, reading critical literature, theory, and really digging into it. right at the time of the quarantine sort of kicked off, for those of us who had like full 9-to-5 jobs, salary jobs, that kind of thing. That first week was kind of like adult summer vacation because no one could go into work, but no work had any idea of how to let you work remotely because it wasn't a thing really at the time. And so it was kind of like, okay, well, you get a couple weeks off. We're going to figure out what's happening here. And that first day I happened to be on Reddit. I was like, hey, I've always wanted to read Anti-Oedipus with a group, which is Gilles Deleuze and Felix Guattari's magnum opus, the first half of Schizophrenia and Capitalism. And it was always this really difficult book that I don't think I understood well. But I was fortunate. Some other people on Reddit were like, sure. And then other people, and then other people. And we did readings. At first, we were reading AO 2 hours a day for the first week, which is, by the way, too much. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's just, it's a lot. But over time, we sort of grew beyond just being just that reading. We did a whole reading of AO and then started a second and then did a whole reading of that and a third. And during that time,
welcome in, everybody. Yeah,
we grew to like 4,500 people. We have a bunch of readings now, like
so
12, 14 going at any time. And it's been really kind of amazing to be able to actually, I don't know, do philosophy a little bit more full time, even though it's not exactly paying, but it's like with an audience, with being able to talk to people. It's one of the things I've really enjoyed about engaging the streaming crowd is there's a handful who are really interested in trying to understand, the world better, philosophy better, and that is a particular niche for me, sort of at that sort of intersection of academia and the regular world, the streaming world, or I want to say the autodidact world, whatever it may be. That's kind of a very specific place I've really enjoyed being. So it's been fun. We call it extra academic activities is the phrasing we use. And it's been really good for us and really fun. So that's what I've been doing. And about a month ago, I decided, I was like, I really want to start maybe making more dedicated content. And that, the Ressentiment came out of a series. I made like 5 videos that I'm never releasing. And it kind of was the 6th one. I was like, I like this idea. I can go into that story. It's a long story. But I kind of like this idea of the series is kind of dedicated to taking one thing and cutting it out of all of its context and really just diving into, in this case, what Ressentiment is, how it operates, what it works with, where it comes from, how the forces at play operate, and really getting into those things. It brings up a handful of concepts it doesn't fully explain, but the idea is that I'll do another video on that, and again, do the same thing, cutting it away from its context, talking about it, so that way people can watch and start gaining a better understanding without having to have, the mass of context that comes with it, and hopefully give them a little bit of interest so they'll go read Nietzsche and philosophy, or Genealogy of Morals, in this case specifically, or Ecce Homo, or those are the main texts that I use in this, but other texts, like to maybe give them an inroad that they might find interest in. So that's kind of the goal. Yeah. Right.
And
sorry for the long intro.
Oh, no, please, by all means, and so one of the things, I guess, that I wanted to welcome the raiders. Thank you so much, DJ, for raiding in. I appreciate all of you. I'm Shakespeare. I'm a cultural historian. I stream mostly about history, but I also stream about other things as well. But if you would like to follow, please do. Right now we're talking with Brooks about his... your pronouns are he, him, right?
I don't care.
Okay.
They're whatever you feel I'm presenting as. It tends to be he, him because of this. Like, I'm aware of what I look like. I'm a 6'6" giant dude, so whatever. But I wear nail polish, I dye my hair, I fret too much about all the different little things, and makeup's great. I look really good in the right dress. But it has to be the right dress. Like, has to be the right one. I'm not going to just put on anything. But I don't care. People can call me whatever.
Okay, so okay, so covering Deleuze and Nietzsche was a must. Yes, that's right. We will be covering Deleuze and Nietzsche and their, connection, of course. You ever hear of that corporation Sugon? No, I don't think so. Oh my gosh, Raven, are you? Anyway, dumb joke. It's a D's nuts joke, but anyway, I felt
It's an up dog joke. Up dog.
indeed. So so one of the things I guess I wanted to sort of ask is like, what sort of got you interested into Deleuze in the first place, and then kind of how did that? Because I know when we spoke, in chat, chatting to one another, we both mentioned, right, like the fact that we both really liked his book on Nietzsche, because and so I guess kind of getting from point A to point B of how you first got introduced to Deleuze, and then kind of how you like that through line to that book.
Well, so I'll try to make it a short story because it's really my own version of it is kind of very, very long. But I had really gotten deep into Zizek and media criticism very specifically. I made video games. I'd worked in some films, documentaries, and it interested me how these things worked, how they got us to do things. Because in video games, it's a lot more explicit, but film manipulates us into feeling things, looking at things, being aware of things. And we know we've got studies, we've got science work that's been done on measuring, responses to different things. But how does that make us feel? And this is where critical theory, I think, especially with Zizek, Zizek does great work in this space. And a friend recommended, this was 15 years ago, no, much longer. God damn, it's 2024. This was in like 2005 and 6. A friend recommended the Cinema series, Deleuze's book on cinema. And I will flatly admit at this point, I'm now aware I didn't really understand it, but I thought I did. But what I thought I understood, I really kind of fell in love with. I didn't get it. I didn't have hard connections. It wasn't, with Zizek, who's a very clean line through Lacan and Freud, and I had deep dove both of those very hard. It's very easy to sort of make your way to Zizek and his critical theory, how it works, the Gordian knot of object petite, the imaginary symbolic, the real, all this, totally good. With Deleuze, a lot of that is obliterated, and not just obliterated, but undone. And I always like things being undone. For some reason, I appreciate the sort of explosion of things. And with that, I kind of kept the Cinema series, and I picked up someone else told me 1,000 Plateaus was his best book. I picked it up, and then I hated Deleuze. I was like, this is terrible. I can't. This is awful. This is unknowable claptrap. What the fuck is this? And someone else who turns out to actually have really known their shit said, don't just go right to ATP. Don't do that. That's like mainlining LSD as your first drug.
Oh my God.
Yeah, don't just do that. And they pushed me towards his monographs, Spinoza and Nietzsche specifically. And this is where I think I fell in love with Deleuze. I had always loved Nietzsche, but I had always read him as a nihilist, not someone who was a vitalist. Very much read him in, I don't want to say the edgy white suburban guy way, but that's probably the closest way for me to emotionally say, like, like the 19, 20-year-old white suburban kid who's like, goth, alt-right, who's like, I've read Nietzsche. Like that kind of mentality is probably where I had read him. But Deleuze is wholly different, and he pulls things out of Nietzsche that are there, and you can see they're there when you're reading it, but you can't quite put words to it the same way Deleuze does. Deleuze is able to pull things from him I was unable to on my own. And the same with Spinoza, which I had read lightly, but never at the level of Deleuze. And then his reading on Kant, again, a critique, but still an extraordinary reading. He's able to pull things from these thinkers. And that turned the corner, and I started getting more into Deleuze, those around him. And as I sort of found myself in that whirlpool, I started getting through Anti-Oedipus. I started making my way through 1,000 Plateaus, What is Philosophy, Difference and Repetition, all of his other works, to the point where I ended up, this was 4 years ago, I started learning to read French just so I could read the original text because of the issues I started to have with the translation. And then it's kind of been, I don't know, downhill or uphill, depending on your perspective, since then.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, like, because I know that, like, like the Brian Musumi translations are, like, seen as, like, the standard ones. Like, those are definitely the ones that I've, well, at least for, like, 1,000 Plateaus and etc.
There are challenges with all of the translations. Masumi's better. The AO translation is horrifying. Like it's actually one of the most shockingly bad translations for a lot of reasons. They do stuff in it that's confusing. Like there's a point where Deleuze and Guattari are talking about specifically a documentary they saw that has a clip of Patton the Third, the fourth from Vietnam, and in French it's a very particular documentary, but they just changed the name in the English to a documentary that doesn't have that in it. It's a weird things. Like it's that level of disconnected. So when you're talking about minor shifts, which bother me, to major, it's filled with them. Masumi does really weird things with how he changes the location of commas and other things, which changes the subject of sentences, which makes the meaning flip. And
Yeah.
I find it's one of the reasons, again, I just need to learn French. And that's basically what I spent 4 years doing in the background as well. And it's been worth it. It's a lot. And I'm still not very good at it.
Well, you always have a French speaking partner with me, always.
Well, welcome to it. It's a fun one because I don't speak it for shit. Terrence, who's a wonderful Deleuze scholar, actually studied under Deleuze. When I first told him I was going to learn to read it, I was like, I don't know if I should. He's like, no, you'll learn to read it fast. He's like, he moved from Australia to France to study under Deleuze, and he's like, after like 2 years, he's like, I could read. It was amazing, and I could hear, but I could not order a baguette to save my life. And I'm like, I totally get that.
And then Raven says a little that what you were describing, the like alt-right white listens to Dresden Dolls.
Or listens to KMFDM without really getting that they're being ironic. Like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I don't know. I come from middle America suburbs. Like that's my world that I was born into and grew up in, and it was formative for me, and it's been a necessity for me to constantly remind myself that it was formative for me, and that it did make me, and I need to be very constantly aware of the parts of it that are still with me no matter what I do.
Right.
That's one.
You need to learn Greek so I can flirt with the shirtless Magyar men. Oh my gosh. Okay, so then when it comes to the particular concept of ressentiment, like first, I guess, like I don't know if you want to, because I mean you already have the video, but I guess if you want to sort of go through it, because I don't want to give a summary that's not as fresh as yours would probably be in terms of that. So if you would want to like sort of explain that a little bit.
No, I'm happy to do it lightly. I'll do my best not to literally just recapitulate the entire video. And so stop me if I start doing that, because I do have a problem of not shutting up, and I don't mind people interrupting me. So the video came about because of a very specific discussion I was having with someone online, and they I made a comment that I was seeing ressentiment in their responses, and they're like, I'm not moralizing. And it was this moment of like, it clicked that people just didn't understand what ressentiment was. And it's a term that I think, in especially today's politics, it's important to understand that it's not just, oh, I resent someone for doing better than me, which we tend to boil a lot of it down, or I resent someone who is better than me, or I think someone's better than me. That it's not this conscious of a reaction. And so I sat back, I went back through Nietzsche and philosophy, reread Ecce Homo Congeniology, and a whole bunch of secondary texts on ressentiment, which is sort of the culmination in the video. And the way ressentiment operates is kind of taking the two parts of, and I would say even in the world of neuroscience, we understand these two parts of experience to be next to each other. One is the thing that we're reacting to. I don't want to say the bare thing or the naked thing, but that might be the best way to describe it. You have the world in front of you, you're responding to the things. This happens. What the thing is, how it connects, blah, blah. But inference, the secondary half of that experience of where you're inferring why something is where it's at, what it's used for, what you can do with it, what the options are. This is this other half. And Nietzsche and Freud and Deleuze and Guattari and a bunch of other people, they talk about this in the terms of the unconscious. And it's not saying that like the conscious is like super conscious and like you're aware of it, but just that this is like this ball of memories, and it's the affective memory of things. You don't remember specifically all the times you stubbed your toe. Instead, you sort of remember the mass of traces of the affect, the emotion around that, of what stubbing the toe feels like.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you stub your toe again, you react, but you react in a way that's aware of the past. And this is kind of like you could say the healthy response of how these two things go. You react to it with some foreknowledge of what has come before. The challenge for Ressentiment is where it shows up when you suddenly move these two things. Instead of being alongside each other, you move the unconscious a little bit forward in time. So what you're doing is you're actually reacting to your remembered emotions. And it's this shift in how the Force operates that changes how we deal with not just ourselves, which would be kind of its own thing, but how we deal with the world at large. Because memories aren't a thing you can react to, because it's a thought process at best. Your body you can react to the world, but when you're reacting this way, you react into the world less. You become non-active. You react here in a very bad way. And this kind of thing we can see, I give a lot of examples in the videos, but some of them are more personal, some of them I think are more broad. Oh, my mom, she's upset with me, but she's not saying anything. Because and you've experienced the sort of subduing of the quietness of her being upset, and then later your dad coming in and being angry with you because you upset your mom. This thing happens once, twice, 3 times, a dozen times, 100 times, 1,000 times as you grow. But then it's not even your mom and dad anymore. It's a loved one, it's a partner, it's someone you're dating who reacts by sort of doing the same thing, but they're not necessarily even angry, but you have this emotional affective thing you're responding to in your memories that have been drugged up. So you're not responding to the person who you're dealing with. You're not even responding to the situation you're in. You're responding to the ball of emotion that you've assigned to this situation. And this is where Ressentiment comes about, because when you have that interaction, these forces collide, it's no longer that you are going to be dealing with the things, but instead that you now assign that person or the other people around you this affective side that makes you feel impotent, because you're not reacting to it anymore. You're not reacting to the world. You instead sort of play in that odd place of, well, fine, I won't react in a way that I've found experienced as painful. I won't, even though it has nothing to do with your loved one now. It's your mom or your parents or brothers or sisters or a previous wife or husband or partner, whatever it may be. Now you're reacting and you're blaming this person for this. And there's this great line Deleuze has that is like the culmination of what this does. It's when he says, everything wrong is your fault. All of your misfortunes and all of my misfortunes are equally your fault, because you're assigning and living inside of that space. And I think this is where we have the important interaction to go over, because when you look at how we deal with things politically, how we put ourselves in political classes or groups, or how we assign or purity test, even on the left or the right, it doesn't matter. What is it coming from? Where are we experiencing it? And where are other people coming from? And in a world built on images and memories, which is what capitalism does to us, we live in that space, and we live in a space of memories and the accounting of those memories in a really brutal way.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean for us, and how do we deal with each other, and how can we work against that? There you go.
No, that's very good.
That's like the short version. I'm sorry it's so long.
No. Trust me. By all means, feel free to. I also am wont to speak quite a lot. That's why, I being a professor giving history lectures was kind of like, when I kind of said that, my parents were like, yeah, that kind of makes sense, why you would want to be but like one thing that makes me think too is of in the second part of Human All Too Human, when Nietzsche sort of is talking about, since you mentioned the the fact that it's your fault. It's this point where Nietzsche says, forgive yourself, forgive your own self, right? And it's kind of like this very interesting like turn in the book Human All Too Human, where suddenly it's like, why is it that suddenly you have to forgive yourself, right? And it's part of that ressentiment, right, where you do have all of your false starts, and this is kind of what Nietzsche talks about, right? Like all of your false starts, all of your right that are kind of keeping you from, right, that they all kind of like to kind of use like an accounting term, right, that they all they all come to identity, right? They all equal zero anyway. So why like keep those there and have them dragging you down when if you forgive 100%. Yourself,
yeah, 100%. And it's the term forgiving is very specific within Nietzsche, and he's using it in that case with oneself. He doesn't like to use it with others or with the world. Instead, he really talks about forgetting alongside this, and forgetting being, as I talk in the video, he talks about it as the balm. We tend to think of forgetting, and I'm unknowingly, but I know I'm just pulling straight out of Genealogy of Morals. So just it's kind of a quote, not a quote. I can't really stop myself. But we tend to think of forgetting as this sort of inevitability of life, that as we go, we sort of drop memories as we go around. And he wants us to not think of it that way. Instead, think of it as a positive force, that what's happening is with forgetting is this beautiful possibility space reopening. Because if we didn't forget, we would basically have a pile of memories, and we would basically be living within them, pointing outwards in every single direction, knowing, in giant fucking quotes, knowing what we should be doing at every fucking turn.
Right.
Whereas with forgetting, it's a blessing, because it gives you the ability to react in new ways to somewhat similar situations. And this gives us the chance to actually do something new. It doesn't mean forgive others. It doesn't mean going through the sort of pseudo-Christian turn the other cheek thing, but instead simply forgetting. Not forgiving, forgetting. And I adore that very much.
Yeah, no, I think that actually is something that I find interesting, because of course you have like Deleuze and Guattari, particularly in relation to like the when it comes to psychiatry, right, which is a whole different conversation. But but I do think that it's interesting too, because like the idea of offsetting, right, like traumatic memories is something that like only recently has become seen as like a positive thing to go for with people with like PTSD, like, and that's why they've been experimenting with things like ketamine treatments, etc., right, to actively go about doing that, to actively, right, no longer have them repressed or whatever, like, but to actually forget them, right. And I think that that's that's an interesting part too, where I think also because one thing to also consider, I guess, in the Nietzschean sense too, is the fact that he, and Deleuze as well, right? Like they're both discussing the fact that it doesn't have to be something that is present in the moment that you're necessarily reacting to, right? It's the fact that you already have a reaction, so to speak, within you already, with ressentiment, right? And that's where like that idea of, and I don't want to get too into this, but like the idea of sens, right, like sense, right, in French, right, like that's really where the highlight kind of has to be, at least in my view, because of the fact that like that's kind of what and that's kind of what you mentioned here, is like we don't have a kind of collection of rules for like every mistake we've ever made, but rather it's like because we're able to forget, because we're able to senter, right, to actually senser, right, to actually sense things, so to speak, that allows us to both bring in things of memory, but also to experience things in a completely new way. So, and that's where that creative aspect comes in, right? And so I think that that's where Deleuze's sort of discussion on this kind of adds on to that. And again, that's why I wanted to make that tie into like PTSD, because of the fact that like they see the applicability of literally forgetting, right? Finding something that can have you work through painful memories and trying to actually reduce them. Like literally have you like I've seen the chart that they give out, and it's like they actively want you to have less and less memories. So I think that very much speaks to that.
Well, no, as someone who has suffered from pretty severe PTSD from a pretty significant tragic event, it's not far off, and there's really fascinating interplays. I mentioned it in the video, but I don't get specific. There's this show I really like called Homeland. Wait, is it Homeland? Whatever it's called. God damn it. Julia Roberts is in the first season. It was a Hulu show or something. Core idea is this company has figured out a new type of treatment for severe wartime PTSD, and they have soldiers come and take part in it. And it's an interplay and a battle between what it means to like lose those memories wholly, like is that a good thing or a bad thing, losing part of them, because you're spot on. What a lot of PTSD treatment is really about either recontextualizing or dropping memories, at least how we know them. And so the whole show is really, really fascinating, because it's about how much of that are we willing to lose, what does it mean. It's really kind of, I find, fascinating. Second season goes into being more of an action movie thriller, less interesting. First season, really fascinating. But when you start playing with like what is the level with which we start losing, because we have this myth we tell ourselves that through trauma we build character. We love saying this, that it builds character to go through things. And there's some reality in that, it does, force you, sort of galvanizes parts of you, but it damages you so severely. Where do you want the line of forgetting or not? And for Nietzsche, and I think also for Deleuze, the way, and it's why I really like that you brought this up, the way we make sense of these things, as if, Deleuze wrote a book called Logique du Sens, which is about the logic of sense itself, and how the logic of sense and how sense is produced plays into this very, very much, because how we make sense of the world, how these things come about, that we look at things, we see things, we claim and understand things. The stories and everything Nietzsche told that Deleuze refines, they're now doing neurotypical studies and entire things on split brain, sort of functionality, where parts of the brain do things, how we build the world. And one of my favorites is they do I can't remember the name of it. It's like the surgery everyone learns about in 8th grade, where they cut the two hemispheres in half for epileptics. And on the one side you have sort of this the right and left hemisphere doing their thing. We tend to talk about the left hemisphere as being sort of direct stimuli, the right is sort of emotional. We could also say that what we call the conscious and unconscious, and that what happens when they come together, the forces of them, we make a new world. This is what they've discovered is actually the process of how the brain actually works, because when they come together, we have a recapitulation of the truth that rewrites for both hemispheres what it is, because they kind of go forward and they create, oh, this is what this is for, here's how this works, and you respond to the world. And then that memory goes back into both in different ways. And this kind of process of the force going forward and then rewriting itself over and over in the process of making sense is constant and never ending. And it's kind of a pretty magical thing, and terrifying and kind of wild. Sorry for the ramble, but yeah.
No. People in chat are saying, Narwhal says, that was literally an episode of House MD where a patient had a perfect memory and could never forget or forgive anything. She felt aggrieved, which left her feeling like a perpetual victim. Which, yeah, I mean, like, and that is seen as extremely negative. In fact, one of the original of so now there's the idea of the 7 deadly sins, but before there used to be the eight well, I won't say deadly sins, but the 8 negative thoughts or whatever they would call it, because it doesn't exist. That concept does not exist in Eastern Christianity, in Judaism, nor in Islam. But one of them was akedia. And essentially, one could say that kind of like unforgiving, because it tends to be like a very like depressive individual, right? That would be suffering. That actually used to be one of the 8 deadly sins, so to speak. Let's see here. Schmegley says,
and it's Homecoming is the series name, and it's the first season's really worth watching. I also have to go with my other favorite, which is Severance, which is Ben Stiller, who really I'm so glad is finally making things again. If you haven't watched Severance, it's about a company where you can go to work, and they do this surgery that when you enter the building, you forget everything about the regular world, and that when you leave the building, you forget everything about work. So you sever work and life, and it's really, really clever and interesting. And again, plays with a lot of these themes. What is the right amount for us to forget? Should we be forgetting? The answer is, in almost all of these, that yes, it frees us, and it clearly does. There's an emancipatory quality we all are aware that forgetting has. It frees us from that sort of continuous determinism. But we also lose something when we forget totalities of things or the entirety of situations. And there's a lot of, I think this is the place where, to me, the interesting side of fiction shows its face.
Since you brought that up, that actually makes me think of something in Jewish thought. And, one of my areas of expertise is Jewish history. And I'm also a rabbi, but, besides that, is that there is a belief that while we're in the womb, I guess one could say, because we're not in Jewish thought, birth only happens when we take our first breath outside. So everything prior to that, it's this belief that you're like learning Torah, that there's like an angel, so to speak, learning you're learning Torah, and you learn it and learn it and learn it until you're being born. And just as you're about to be born, they like wipe like this little part right here, I forget what it's called, this little cleft here, and that it makes you forget everything that you learned. So that then you have to live an entire life dedicated to being a ben Torah, or a son of the Torah, or child of the Torah, and to like learn it again, right? So it's like you could have been born a Torah master, but you have to forget it in order to be born and become a ben Torah. So that I find that aspect of like when you were talking about Severance, I'm like, that's an interesting thing, that's kind of like a part of Jewish thought, that like you already had all the knowledge of Torah, but then you have to like lose it in order to relearn it in a community sense, right? Like, because now you have the power to redeem all of the world, right, so to speak. Anyway,
and there's a ton of mythological or historical or sort of classical religious cultural versions of the story of why forgetting is good. I think of the Brahmin sort of resurrection and the rebirth, the constant rebirth that we go through we die, we come back as something else, but we don't remember. But we remember bits of it. We almost keep the unconscious of things, and that sort of story of forgetting and starting again is so baked into very, very old religions that we seem to have forgotten. But again, a lot of that is because, especially with capital, one of the necessities of capital is the memorization of image, and that image and how they come about, and how rules are dispossessed, and how rules are experienced is so very particularized that remembering things is necessary, and the memory of all of them, and the knowing things, and this becomes so part and parcel of how capital functions. We've forgotten, sadly, how important it is to forget, ironically, I guess.
Right, and one thing that's interesting too is that like capital over time, like historically, has made things sort of forcing us to remember, right? Like kind of like the standardization of time throughout the entire world, being one thing. The idea of capital, right, in its monetary forms, in terms of debts, in terms of assets, in terms of investment, or all of these things, right, where it's like, one of the things that causes is now you have to exist as an individual that exists with with a fixed birth date and a fixed, whereas like so talking about that with a fixed birthday, fixed name, right? a legal name and all of those concepts, right? Because this is a thing I've always kind of laughed about whenever people talk about like, oh, I can trace my genealogy, and it turns out they always end up being related to like some king or something, right? It's that there was this period prior to like capitalism really becoming the dominant sort of world system, where people would forget their surnames, where people would just take surnames up as they wanted to. And this was like a 200-year period, and it even extended to European colonies like in Mexico and Cuba, etc. But I particularly focused it on Mexico, that all of the documents would it was so much to the point where people would forget like their husband's surname, they would forget their family surname, they would just like completely forget because it wasn't important, right? And so they would just take on new ones as they needed them. And so this it's after this period that then you have to start having these fixed, oh, you are this person, right, that is affixed to this two-dimensional aspect of capital, right, like in terms of private property, and you do this and you do that and all of that. And I've always found that to be really interesting insofar as like it's kind of like one of those things where like how genealogy is supposed to rationalize the past in some ways, right? Like the idea of the past and how people lived before and our connection to the past. But one thing that it doesn't do is it doesn't actually create that connection like that, like this idea that we are somehow like mystically, magically connected in some way that affects us in the present, right? Like one example would be that 200-year time period ending in the 17th century where people would just take on surnames as they wanted. And so like you can't really trace your family back farther than that. And because even the concept,
it continued even beyond that. My family, for example, I've always loved the story. My grandfather had, when he was alive, he had 6 birthdays, because no one could agree when they were, because the town in West Virginia he was in, the city hall burned down, and he was like 2 at the time. So everyone argued over when his birthday was and when this happened. So like the way records, again, there's a unique time frame we live in these last 100 years, let alone the last 50, especially with digitalization, where there is almost a never forgetting. And this, again, I mean, I would say brings me to the nightmare that is social media and the position we're in, where no one ever gets to change who they are or what they are, because when I engage you or you engage me, I say hi, you go, oh, Brooks is quite pleasant. And then you look up anything I've ever said or done, which probably is terrible at some point, I don't know. But, well, I'm old, so less so. But for the kids especially, who like say dumb shit when they're 14 or 15 online, that when they're 30, someone's going to go, oh, this is what they believe. No. But we don't allow the forgetting anymore. So there's this really strange, again, interaction that even makes it worse today than it's ever been. It's really wild.
Right. And like that is one of those things that one thing that definitely does come into like my own like area of study is like when it like there's this book, and its title originally was in French, but I have the Spanish copy, but it's called like Auschwitz by Inheritance, right? It's this idea of like memory and trauma and it being passed down, right? And when I think particularly of Ressentiment, right, like there is an aspect where people kind of have made it so that that idea that that there could be such a inheritance, memory inheritance, so to speak, right, is even possible. And
well, no, there is, and this is, and again, this gets me in trouble in lefty circles or whatever. It's one of the reasons I have empathy for the people of Israel, not the Israeli state or government in any capacity, but the people, because when you've spent your lives being told by not just your grandparents or your parents and the state and everyone around you that the next Holocaust is around the corner and that everyone is at the gates, the barbarians are waiting to kill you, that horrifying existence puts you in a very particularly terrified position. Conversely, the same thing with the Gazans, where they exist in that same place of the generational inheritance of the violence from previous. And you can't, it makes it next to impossible to escape, because it is almost next to impossible to forget and move on. The world won't let you move on. We just can't let people move on from these positions. And so This is not me saying I don't side with Gazans. I do, but it's one of those things that makes it really interesting to start talking about when we have generational trauma that's visited in this particular way. It's not that it's ever deserved or undeserved. This is the way people exist and are produced in the world today. How do we deal with that and also at the same time move forward in a way that allows for an emancipation and freedom of people generally? Because these things, the fear of the barbarians at the gates, the one that, again, not justified in America, being terrified of immigrants, in the UK being terrified of immigrants, the way we're raised and what we're taught and how we're told, and the generational nightmares that are visited that we may or may not have experienced directly, they become this ressentiment almost purely. It's one of the reasons that conservatives, I think, are, and I use this example, they're the archetype of ressentiment whenever you talk about this, because their world is about remembering. Oh, look at the time before when man was a man and a woman was a woman. I'm not sure whenever that was. I've looked back. There's been a lot of play for every time. Like there's no, like you go back and rewatch movies from like they talk about the 50s and 60s, and it's like, you mean when John Waters really got his start and a few other people that inspired him? Or how about the 20s when, oh, you don't want to do that? Like it's, there wasn't ever the stable thing, but the memory of it was there because this is what mom and dad talked about. This is how they were told, and that is what they're reacting to when they're reacting to the world, rather than reacting to the contingent event that's in front of them, which is horrifying.
Right. And so this one is Auschwitz en héritage d'un bon usage de la mémoire. And I just want to just because it came up is, and I'll just quickly translate it as I'm reading. For the Jewish world, the Second World War is a place of an insupportable memory. It's inevitable and difficult to transmit because nobody fought to save to save the Jews. None of the concentration camps were liberated following orders. All of it was done by chance because they were situated on the routes of the advance of the troops themselves, right? And so then he asks, how should one, or how can one forget the fact of having been reduced to such impotence, right? And then he says here, who has succumbed to the torture cannot feel themselves at home anywhere in the world. The shame of the destruction is ineffaceable or unerasable, right? And I think that's one of those things where it's like you kind of can't take those things out, and so that's part of the ressentiment that I think has to be addressed as well when we're dealing with things of public memory and with with memory. And again, this is like me trying to make sense of it via my own areas of expertise, but like that's kind of where like a lot of those questions of ressentiment come up for me, because of the fact that we have to contend with that history that nobody wanted to nobody cared to liberate Auschwitz because they thought it was a noble idea. They wanted it because they wanted the access to the armaments and to the money and to everything else.
Well, I would even say calling it an accident is probably the best way to put it, because I don't even know if liberating Auschwitz was a goal. These are things that the history books, we have perfect vision looking back on all these events. But the reality is 19-year-old kids from America and the UK and other places that were invading, they weren't well read on everything that was happening. There was the fog of war, the nightmares of everything. No one really knew what was going on there, and some people were getting it out, but the kids who liberated the camps, and I say this, grandfather and friends were some of the first in a handful of these. They did not know what was going on, and they were not even there for this. we've retroactively created a sort of hero scenario for this generation that they stopped the Holocaust from completely happening. And it's like, technically they did, but that wasn't what they were there for or they were aware of. They were just people. Like these grand narratives we like to rewrite into people because it makes things make easier sense. But the reality is there's a billion reasons why every kid was there, why they do what they did. And the realities of these camps is that when they stumbled on them, they didn't even know how to handle it, like as a thing, because they didn't. It didn't dawn on most of them. There's some really great memoirs of the soldiers who American soldiers is the ones I've read who like stumbled into them, and the story of how they began to realize what these things actually were, because they thought, oh, they're just work camps or POW camps, and then they're, what the fuck is this? Is not. What are these bodies? Wait a sec. Like the things that they started to see that made them understand how horrifying everything was that was happening. The American sergeant who ordered his troops to go to the village nearby and bring everyone at gunpoint who lived there to see what was happening.
Yeah.
Like just the wild. We now know what they were, but now they are that thing. They weren't that thing even at the time, not fully. And so when we talk about that event and those things, I can't even wrap my head around the horror that is these unspeakable things that we've now given voice to, but even still can't really encapsulate.
Oh, right. I mean, yeah.
I've had this conversation. BB, what's his name? One sec. E.D. Huberman. He's done a handful of art exhibits. I have a couple of his books behind me, and I keep them there because I can never remember his name, and I want to. He wrote a book called Bark. That's just sort of talking about the nature of one bark being slightly darker than the other. Oh, they're from the area around Auschwitz. One is lighter bark, the other's darker. Darker is the one that's upwind from the furnaces. Why is it darker? It's horrifying when you take a second to think about why that bark is darker. These little things, and he ended up doing and got these photos of. It's this amazing story in France that like enraged people. It's been 20, 30 years, I think. But he got photos that he blew up of things that happened at Auschwitz. And it was these horrifying images that he wanted to make sure were seen. And it actually caused this huge uproar about like, should you even tell the story? Can you even have these things in images, communicate it well? Is actually a really fascinating discussion to have that maybe is for another day. I've had it a couple times, but like these events, how do you communicate the actual horror of them before they become banal? I use them from my own personal experience. School shooting is a horrible thing to go through. Like genuinely changes your relationship with everything before, because you're a child and school is the one place you're supposed to be semi-safe. Even if you're bullied as death is not on the menu usually. Mm-hmm. And so it kind of breaks your understanding of social orders and things. But it became so commonplace that we don't even care. Like part of the reason we don't give a shit, I believe, part of the reasons we don't give a shit of what happened with Trump and why the right doesn't keep talking about an assassination attempt on a president, and like they're trying not to make it about the assassination attempt but about his bravery, is because he kind of was like the archetypical school shooter, and that's boring. Like how boring is that we have this guy who like wanted to kill the president? Ugh, that's passé. Can we move on beyond school shootings, please? And like, but that's a horrifying reality of the world. And so how do we get here socially? And this is, the discussion around the Holocaust is the same. How do we talk about these things without subduing them or bringing them to this place where they're banal and boring and rote, even though the reality of everyday life is a lot of it was paperwork and these guys sort of just going about their lives and being soldiers. The larger thing is horrifying, and it's just it's an amazing thing to talk about. Sorry for the ramble. It's just No. It's totally good.
Schmegley says, when Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. I've never watched that film. I've heard things about it. I mean, very good things about it, but I don't know. It came out, the viral marketing was that there really was a memory erasing service, and I wished it was real. I'll forego some of my quote-unquote character for not feeling so fragmented. Yeah, and then some of the chat is saying like, oh, I would definitely would, use that service, which I think speaks to, what we've been discussing, right? That like there are people that they do want to be able to release these memories, right? Because it's like then they have to, and please correct me if I misuse ressentiment, but it's like then they are living with like then their lives have the ressentiment of the buildup of those past traumatic
they're responding to the trauma.
Yeah.
And again, it's responding to the trauma versus letting the trauma inform how they respond to the world.
Right.
And it is a nuance. It's a nuance. It's
Yeah.
not saying get rid of these, but and they use the term a lot. Traces. Deleuze loves using this. It's ultimately he's talking at this point. He's kind of referring to the body without organs and his entire complexity he's got with Guattari, which I'm not going to necessarily get into. But the thing is, like those things, life is meant to inform us.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Experience is meant to inform us driving forward, and he uses the term trace, and I've always loved how he uses it. And it's translated. It's even trace. He talks at one point about the magnetic tape. Now you have to go back a few years, but when you've got a magnetic tape, like a cassette tape or VHS, if you record the same thing over and over on it, that area that becomes magnetized sort of gets darker and burned in. It becomes part of the tape rather than just something that is sort of watched off to the side. This is kind of what he's talking about. When we have our unconscious going, when the same thing is repeated and we're reacting to it and bringing it back up over and over and over, and it gets sort of worn into the tape, that trace becomes darker, deeper, harsher, a thing that then can't go away. Traces are meant to sort of overlay and sort of have weird interplay where like there's again this ball of reactive memories. One of my favorite versions of this, to speak of Kaufman, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind was Kaufman written. He's one of my favorite film writers. Is a movie he made called Synecdoche, New York, which is about very much the same thing. The traces of life and how we sort of carry them with us and how we act against memories and within memories sort of forever. It's far more complicated than that. The movie's insane and adorable and amazing. I absolutely love the film. But that thing that happens where suddenly the memory becomes us rather than the memory informing us, this is the paralogism. This is the illegitimate use of life that Deleuze is really trying to get rid of. It's one of his big ones.
Yes, and I think that like that's one of those aspects of like when it comes to here I'm just gonna make a quick little aside, but like that kind of reminds me of although people often think that the eternal return that Nietzsche's talking about is like a literal, like just going back to the same thing, but I think to me that the fact that it's supposed to be changed, right? It's supposed to be not the same, kind of, at least from what I understand of it, right? Seems to also.
You have a good understanding. That's a good understanding.
Okay. Just want to make sure. I don't want to. I haven't seen.
Just to mention Klossowski's Nietzsche and the Vicious Circle. If you can read French, read the French. The Circle Vicieux is astonishingly good and very much what you're talking about. You'd love it.
Okay. Yeah, I will definitely get the French edition. Like, honestly, I'm one of those people that, like, as soon as I find out people can speak French, it's like, that's it. Like, after that, I'm just constantly speaking in French. But anyway. Yes, I should check it out. I like the analogy of the tape, too. Yeah, which is interesting because, like, we really don't have that language anymore, right? Like kind of like as you said with social media, right? Is like now with the ubiquity of like streaming services, you don't have that the magnetic tape, right, darkening as you record over it, or you don't have the all of these traces, right? These trace elements that are ever present. as even as
No, we like to think we have the whole image. We like to think we have the entire story in our memory. It's one of the things that all of this, the way especially kids today have grown up, and I say that as a 44-year-old man. It's like even my age a little bit, but definitely kids today. There's a belief that like, oh, it's a perfect memory. They believe they have like an absolute understanding of what it was like because they remember details and their brain fills in the rest very nicely. What they don't understand is that by nature, memory is imperfect. There is no way to have a perfect memory. It's literally just not possible. But we don't even consider such a thing. Instead, we presume we have a total knowledge of what happened. We have a total knowledge of how it happened. We have a total knowledge of causation. We have a total knowledge of effect. And that we carry this with us and we just walk forward and we assume we know everything. And this mentality, I think, is incredibly dangerous when it comes to not only how we talk to each other, but how we interpersonally deal with those we're closest to and furthest away from. Because the moment we have this idea of here is what everything is, then we build on that. And that foundation is deeply faulty at the start.
Right, and I think that that's something like that definitely makes. I mean, that's definitely one of the things where you can see like the critiques that other French thinkers, particularly like when it came to fascists and their usage of the idea of the Gesamtkunstwerk, right, of Wagner, right, like the total work of art. Right, and kind of using that to then describe like, well, now we can have a total, you know, et cetera, and then being like, by trying to be total, they are seeing less and less, you know, and I think that
they're able to place it in memory, and they're able to assign memories to it very cleanly, and it's because it's if the totality of a work like Star Wars is whatever simplistic thing we think, nostalgia being, by the way, deeply dangerous, but if we see Star Wars, it's great because it's this. We can justify it again through words a billion ways, but we place it in a very particular memory spot. Well, then other things we place against that and we measure against that. And if it doesn't make us feel exactly that, we end up like grums on fucking Twitter bitching about some fucking woman or black guy being in it because it doesn't match exactly that silhouette of what we remember Star Wars being.
Right.
Star Wars wasn't that. Star Wars was like, it's important to always recontextualize, and I love doing it. I worked on Star Wars. I worked at Lucasfilm for 5 years.
Oh wow.
And I launched 30 some games. I did a whole bunch of shit. I won a Webby, did a whole bunch of good stuff.
Oh my goodness.
I can tell you this: the first Star Wars was intended to be a kind of crappy children's movie. And when I say kind of crappy, I mean it was meant to be like a throwback Flash Gordon. It was George was supposed to be making another movie that you may be aware of, about the horrors of the Vietnam War. He decided it's too dark, and a friend of his ended up making it instead, and he went to make this kids movie he'd been wanting to work on, which was a reboot of Flash Gordon married with his favorite samurai films and his favorite World War II movies. That's it. And so there's a reason it's written the way it is. There's a reason characters like the fat guy's named Porkins. This is not like a deep world. This is a 1970 children's movie. But we've got this image of it and this idea of it, and now we've assigned nobility to it and good morals and this and hilarious shit people have come out of this with. and we've added on because George, who went, oh fuck, I didn't write anything more than this, fuck, hired a woman who he then ended up firing and then taking all of her ideas to do episodes 5 and 6, Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, which a woman wrote, doesn't get the credit for, by the way. Great story. Very, very good morals. But they're also kind of fine, but they're just more adding to that. And then now we have the Star Wars trilogy, and then we had 3 more films, and then we have 3 more, and now it's a universe, and it's an extended universe of all these things that obviously are one single thing. They're all this completely cohesive story, and they're fucking not. Never were they meant to be that. Never were they considered that. They're just stories added onto each other. And the way that we, as I say we royally, mostly my generation, but younger to a point, have sort of treated Star Wars is how we all treat our own lives. Where instead of thinking about it as this contingent single things, we go, something made it happen. We divorce the effect from the force behind it. We assume all the things that added on to that were part of it. We assume all these things were added on until we have this one big fascizing ball of knowledge that everything in the world can be measured against. Because now we can go, oh, look, the new Star Wars Outlaws. I'm not sure that that actually is Star Wars, because here are the ways I measure Star Wars. Thank you very much. It's the same process that we go, I'm not sure this is a woman, a man. I'm not sure that this is this or that, because we're measuring against this ball of shit that we don't realize it's just a series of contingent, wholly unknowable experiences that we're trying to create a through line for.
Like, that makes me think of kind of like Adorno and kind of like the dialect of enlightenment, right? Not to go too far afield, but like kind of like the idea of capitalism in its rationalization, right? Kind of leads to, and this is something that you can see with with kind of like the, how would you say, like the categorizations, right, of all existence, right? And it's like, now there is such a category as, you know, this racial category or this, right, that you have that through line from like late medieval period in Spain with blood purity laws all the way to Kant, and then you have it, now where it's like, you know, you do have these questions about all of these different contingent things as if they are, you know, as if you can find a kind of like perfect platonic form of the thing.
It stems from, and it's a thing I mentioned in the video, I'm going to spend more time on in another video, is we like to divorce, and it's one of the ones I got a lot of pushback for. I've had people messaging me in a lot of different servers, divorcing force from effect. People don't really understand this because it's a thing we do in our language necessarily, but it's also how we're taught scientifically how things work. But we fuck it up. We learn, for example, the force pushed the box. But that's not how fucking anything works. If I have my hand and I push a box, my hand applies force to the box and the box is pushed. But it's not that the force pushes the box. Force is the box being pushed. Like, it is the thing in itself. The effect and the cause are identical. This setup and this placement applies to a lot of other forces sort of around everything. Because we like to divorce the force from the effect, and as soon as we do that, we apply it everywhere. It's very platonic, idealized everything, rather than realizing the here and now and the interaction of forces is almost unknowable, like not in its totality. We can come away going, oh, well, the Brooks's hand pushed that box before. Great, but what is push? Like, feel free to tell me where this starts. Where's the origin? Where's the prime mover? We can't, because necessarily there's no end. It keeps going on forever because we can't ever divorce force from anything. So the force itself is actually going to be really important to understanding, especially for Deleuze, but also for Nietzsche, because for him it's will to power, for Deleuze it's desire and passions. But these ways of looking at the world where we've divorced the act from the result is incredibly dangerous too, and we love doing that as well.
Right, and that's where, like, again, you have that where, and this goes back to this idea, since you were bringing up banality earlier, right? It's like the people, I was just following orders, right, as a kind of response, but it's like, that's only if you divorce what the orders are that are being carried out, right, and the effect that they have, right? And so, you know, kind of thinking of like Hannah Arendt's take on that, but also looking at how that is still kind of like a logical break that is used to kind of justify, right, certain actions by particularly states. And again, we definitely can go into, all of the different machines that Deleuze wants to talk about, striated space and otherwise. But one of those aspects, I think, to me is the fact that, hello Zidzier, welcome in. Let's see here. Karasu Kafka says it was never right. A lot of great stuff was made in Weston Games role playing company, and now I see some of the
Star Wars.
Star
Wars.
Sorry. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Sorry, it just Weston Games. I have levels of PTSD from working at Lucas.
Oh, no worries.
You can never get away from it. Star Wars will follow you forever.
Schmegley says that you're blowing his mind. I used to argue with this flat earther who insisted there was no pull, only push, and that gravity was caused by air pressure. I kid you not. Do you want to know that, like, when people are talking about, like, the witch trials, like, in Europe, like, they literally thought that demons were constructed via, like, compressed air. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, that's literally how they saw that. But anyway, I want to. I won't even.
To me, if one of my favorite things about that time period, and I like using it, is when we talk about how people conceptualize or consider. We have on the one side demonic possession as being a thing that causes people to get burned alive, specifically women, mostly because people hate women. But then in another part of the country, we had demonic possession that founded one of the kindest and most extraordinary religious sects that our country's ever seen in the Quakers. And that thing, this is the same cause. As far as a cause goes, demonic girl possession is kind of, that's the same. But the way that they regard or how they treated people around them, you're talking about, really, to me, more proof of the sort of social aspect of these being important. If you go reread, especially where the Salem witch trials happened and what was leading up to that, it didn't come out of nowhere. They fucking really hated women. They were part of a very particular sect that was like, women were whores and they weren't allowed to do this and why, and they shouldn't be attracted. Like, it was very hardcore. And so when that happened, they used it as an excuse. They justified it however they could. Whereas with the Quakers, it was like, oh, hello, friend. It's like, now we're friends. Everyone's got a friend.
Yeah.
And they're the society of friends. And they're the kindest, nicest goddamn people who've ever lived. So it's, I find it fascinating.
What's very interesting is, like, there's actually a very interesting scene that comes to mind of the Salem witch trials where, so there was this guy who was, kind of, I guess people would probably say at that time, right, had some kind of facial deformity, right, particularly like with his eye, like he was unable to see out of one eye and kind of had it. And so the reason why they brought him to trial was because there was a sow, right, a female pig that had a piglet that also had the same looking eye like him, and so they assumed that, that he
banged pig.
Yeah, and so they brought the sow onto trial as well, and they brought character witnesses for it and everything. But the main thing is
And when you say that, it's worth taking a moment, because if memory does serve, they did have people there saying that the pig would never have done this.
Yeah, they were like, this,
which is amazing.
Yeah, they're like,
to me, that's amazing. Like, this pig would never have allowed this to happen. I fucking love it.
This pig is all about propriety. She is such a wonderful pig. She, she really cares about her children. She has a full-time job, and just like all of that, stuff. But they used it. But then what they did is that then they gave him an ultimatum saying, well, if you will admit to, like, if you will plead guilty, right, then perhaps you will seek forgiveness and blah blah blah, right? They worded it in this way, and so then he finally says, okay, it's true, I did it, and he says, however, but then the court, because they had no juries, because they were against juries, because there are no juries in the Bible, so that was the reasoning, is that then they said, the salvation or whatever that you will have to take place in the heavenly courts, not here. And so they immediately got rid of him. But yeah, and also the sow as well. But that's a whole different story. But anyway, but that goes back to.
I almost made a joke about how it inspired Charlotte's Web, but I decided against it. I was crafting it in my brain and went, fuck it.
Karasu says,
it's.
Oh yeah.
Ahead, sorry.
Oh no,
the part of that that's really fascinating, and it's a thing that when we start talking about force and the measurement of it and the effect, and we see this a lot, and I recommend What is Philosophy from Deleuze and Guattari about this. One of the challenges I think all of us face is understanding that the image of thought is not actually how everything works. And so very particularly how we have our image of thought operate we take as sort of sacrosanct to the world.
Mm-hmm.
This is Deleuze's critique of Plato. He doesn't actually hate Plato. I've seen people say it's silly. Instead, Plato's very particular mistake is that with Plato utilized contemplation, thinking about things, and the idealization of them as a sort of conceptual apparatus. But he took that as sole truth of how the world operates instead of what it is, which is just his image of thought. And the way that, for example, now, which we're in a very logical positivist world, we just are, very stem lordy, atheisty. It's about measurements, and we can go back to where this started, which is like Einstein, where Bergson's critique of Einstein was that he was reducing clocks to merely their mechanical apparatuses, and time to that as well, instead of understanding that time is an operant force. And in the end, luckily, Bergson has been proven more correct on that. But the specific thing that was happening is something we see a lot today, where people see scientifically we are measuring. This is what we do, and it's great to measure. But measurement is just that. It's the quantification of a specific thing in a specific moment in a specific way. And that framing of things is just the image of thought of science. It isn't actually how the world works. It's the lens through which scientists look at the world. So when we say a force has this much power and does this, it's that image of thought at play. It's not everything. And we tend to overextend. We tend to broaden it to the point where it's kind of all of these things at once. And we miss the thing in there pretty cleanly. We miss the beauty of life, all the other things that sort of go with it.
Right.
A lot of stuff that gets lost.
And I think Bruno Latour, and I'm trying to see because I know the book is just like right over here, but it's essentially where he talks about the social construction of scientific facts, right? That like
Laboratory life.
Thank you. Because that's exactly where like that's kind of taken to task, right? That it's like people think that and this is something that you definitely see like in American society in particular, where it's like people want a scientific fact to be like an eternal truth, otherwise it's fake, right? It's not real, it's right. And so it's like as soon as you have science actually doing what it's supposed to be doing, which is supposed to be, etc., or even saying that is strange to me, but you know what I'm trying to say, right? That it's checking all of the different hypotheses, etc., right? It's like
it's laboratory life, which is a deep criticism. It's an ethnology of the laboratory,
exactly,
which I adore as an idea. And it's talking about how these facts within a laboratory, we have this idea that they are only the existent measurements being put together, and they're not. There is the interpersonal realities, the way that these groups deal with each other in the space, et cetera, et cetera. It upsets so many people in the scientific community, but the foreword is written by a guy named Jonas Salk, who's kind of super good science guy.
Yeah.
Like if you're going to name a guy, he'd be on my list of like super good science guys. And he writes that intro. He's like, this is how this works. And this is how science is actually done. And again, Bruno Latour is taking that and running with this concept. This is the image of thought. And art does the same thing. Art has its own unique image of thought. Philosophy has its own. There's a lot of these things that sort of layer in that are about how we sort of, the lens with which we see the world, the image with which we're sort of looking at it, and filter through this. And it's incredibly important to be as aware as you can be that you are only dealing with images of thought, not with thought itself. We can't ever get that eminently exact and close, especially with language or visual representation or these other things that are not thought. They're not. It's not how it works. You can't, cross beams if you want to go the Ghostbusters reference.
Right. And another thing that comes to mind as well, now that you're saying that, is kind of like the fact that like language can never actually approach anything approximating thought itself, right? That it will always be right bound to the fact that it is not actually approximating the thing itself. And then I don't want to go back into like the idea of like the thing itself and then the thing in itself and the thing in and for itself, but because that's a whole conversation we could have too, because I personally like to have that conversation, but between Kant and Hegel, but whole different story there. The pitchforks.
I'm okay with those guys not talking to each other.
Yeah. No, I totally get that, but particularly because like when you're talking about like mechanical reproduction and all of that stuff and its effects, right? There's this there's that idea of that, like, you could have something that can exist, as it were, like completely on its own without like human perception, and then there's the contention, but would it be a thing, right? And it's just like, anyway, but one thing I think that also is interesting.
Just real quick, just because it's my favorite anecdote when you're talking about Hegel and Kant talking. I love Spinoza and Leibniz. They're two of my favorites, and my favorite thing is that their correspondence is like the worst. Like, I love it in the sense that it's the most basic shit. Spinoza, in his regular life to make money, made lenses for glasses, and Leibniz wrote him to ask for advice on how to look at lenses and what's the best way to get them made. That was their entirety of their correspondence, was about glasses and lenses. I fucking love it.
Right, and that's kind of like one of those things too, where it's like people would expect, like, now we have this expectation, right, that like, philosophers must always be sending letters that are like, essentially, you could just tack them onto their magnum opus, and they would also be like leaves of gold, right, that you could just attach to. But it's like the absolute mundane nature of that is kind of like goes against that, because now we kind of have the idea of the philosopher, right? And so I was going to try to make this because you mentioned other disciplines, but like with history, like, and you kind of mentioned this earlier, that you like to like not destroy, but I forget what was the verb you said, but you like to like
blast apart, break apart. Deconstruction, I think, is incredibly powerful.
Because like the phrase that I've always used is that I like to complicate, right? Like, for me, that's what I like to do, or at least that's the verb I use, right?
It would be similar. It's similar to that, yeah.
Because like with history, like, people want to view it as like, oh, well, you can just write down events and then that tells you what happened, and then that's when you get people like What If Alt Hist making his videos, and Narwhal knows what I'm talking about. I don't know if you've ever suffered through any of his videos, but Rudyard is ugh. Like
I've sat on Sunday's channel and done a couple of them, because I'm not as terminally online as a lot of people in this space, and so it's always fun when Sunday has me on to like see what people are doing and to basically see like the intellectual equivalent of flat earthers, and it's very confusing. Like, what if Alt Hist, someone I know who's very well off, and I had judged them to be someone who was quite intelligent, was flat out saying that no, what if Alt Hist is correct? I did history in college. He's right on a lot of things, and I'm like, huh. Like, it's fascinating to me, because we live in this place today where sources of information that I gravitate to is not where most people get anything anymore. I deactivated my Twitter account. My brother just deactivated his. He sent me a photo of Elon Musk today posted. He retweeted Kamala. Kamala posted an image. Donald Trump wants to be a fascist dictator. And the dictator on day one, which is one of the things they've been saying. And Elon Musk tweeted a picture of her dressed in a red communist, like 100% AI generated, not even slightly, like communist outfit. And it says, Kamala vows to be a communist dictator on day one. Can you believe she wears this outfit? And it's flat out just not, obviously not real, like in any capacity, but it's treated as if it is. And as I go through this, I realize the source of information. I'll go and I'll sit on JSTOR, or I'll sit on, I don't know, Nature, and I'll just read papers, and I'm not normal, I guess would be the way to put it. And so I see someone like What If Alt Hist, and it's confounding to me that they have not only the following that they have, but the following of people who are generally and otherwise quite competent in their everyday lives. Like, I'm sorry for the ramble. What If Alt Hist fascinates me because he's just useless in every way. He's never been right about anything.
No, I mean, I completely agree. I mean, like, and I also would say, I'm also very strict because, like, I do have like, I'm literally like books here, books here, books here, and I also have lots of articles and stuff, and I'm writing, articles on my Substack on the history of Zionism in Palestine, stuff like that, just stuff that the kids definitely aren't doing. 650,000 subscribers. Yep, that's right. Yep. And he lives off of it all, so and now he's getting called a historian in that one video, which I was like, no. But anyway, the point being that, like, with what if alt hist and with all of that, it's very interesting to me because, like, one of the things that they want to do is to, like, I don't believe his bibliographies because like literally it's just like 100 things.
He's read them at all.
Yeah.
He goes, oh, I'm going to talk about this thing, goes to the index, looks at the thing, reads the 2 pages that are mentioned in the index, and then takes the info we want and runs. He doesn't read the book.
Right. And like, because I actually had a chatter in my Twitch chat like once say, oh, you should watch the one about Latin America, because one of my areas of specialty is Latin American history. Like, that's where my... I can't
even imagine how hard that was for you.
Oh, I couldn't even finish it. I was just like, by the end, I was just like, what is the why, because it was all like, well, if they would have been colonized by the British instead of the Spanish, I'm just like, oh my gosh, what are you saying, But it's part of that view that history can be like, you can create a total history, right? That's like 100% correct, 100%, and it's like that is not how. Like, that is one thing. Like, even with my own students, and even with like graduate students that I've worked with, right? It's always been a thing of like to always stress the fact that like history, by definition, is a hermeneutical. This is how I phrase it, but obviously it's more complex than this. I always say that it's a hermeneutical process, right? That requires you to do archival research, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But like, it astounds me how so many people will be like, well, I read this one book and it says this thing, and so because they say that thing and other people happen to agree with it, that now becomes the accepted like idea of history, right? And it's like that was that's also one of those things too, right, where there's never, where like, because people don't know kind of like what a historian does in many ways, like there hasn't been a sort of like ethnography of the historians, I don't know, Garrett, I don't know, Closet, who knows. But the point being that because of that, because the hermeneutical processes and the ways in which we actually do approach, events in history and narrativize them, right, is that then you get people like what if alt hist that think that like this thing happened at this exact time, at this exact date, and it can be used and seen as if it's part of some like unique trajectory towards freedom or whatever he like.
Well, it's I call it Galileo disease, because everyone thinks that they're Galileo or wants to be Galileo, where everyone else believes the Earth is the center of the universe, but I understand the truth and I'm able to see through it, and they think that whatever got them there, the fact that they're against whatever is sort of the standard, is the thing. And I think a lot of what if alt hist is this, and he's the orthodox history, which tends to be pretty correct, to be frank, even though it's boring because it's stuff we can read in books. Generally, pretty spot on. We've got nuances, but it's like someone, I got down a rabbit hole of understanding that feudalism didn't exist as we understand it, or
right.
We talked about it, that feudalism as a concept sort of was not a thing. The way the interaction worked was the thing, but it wasn't quite as hardened as we talked about it. It's a small nuance. The reality is the nuance is sort of just adding to it. The story I always use, the line is always about the Civil War when it comes to history. In elementary school, in junior high and high school, in junior high, we're taught that the Civil War happened because of slavery. Like elementary and junior, we learned that. In high school, we learned that actually it's about states' rights and economics and these other complex things. Then when you go to college, you learn that all of those things were because of slavery. So there's the reality is, like, the simplified basic view has some reality to it. Like the has that. Then when you get just enough information to be dangerous, you start breaking things apart and you write your own narratives. And that tends to be, I think, where a lot of people I know say really horrifying shit that because they've read a thing and they haven't made that leap that really is necessary between not knowing anything, where you go, hey, I know basics, but that's about it. You think a little bit of knowledge is a lot, and you make that mistake and you dive forward. And to bring it back, because then I have to run, to bring it back to Ressentiment and the process of the unconscious and the conscious, we like to think that what I've talked about is only there when we're reacting to an event or a specific thing. But this process of the unconscious and conscious is constant. These things are always going. They're always feeding back on each other and feeding into each other. And that includes when we're reading history books. And so if we are having Ressentiment do it, and we're having our unconscious and the memories of things drive us, we're reacting to that within the history book. And so what we end up doing is we're actually writing effectively our own history. And
right.
This process and this thing that we're building as we do this, it becomes facts that we're taking in, but we're choosing what facts we're taking in. We're choosing how we're reacting to it based on all of these things. And so then when we step outside of that and we have to, like poor Rudyard, make a YouTube video to show that we're basically fucking really stupid, we say a lot of stuff, and it puts us in a position of I am now reciting those broken memories. And people who listen to it are doing the same thing, but they're attaching to the same thing because their investments emotionally are in generally the same place. They're kind of the same sort of fashion. Like that's kind of sort of where they're at.
Right.
And so they end up in this same interplay, and it's always going, and it's something that it'll happen to you, happen to me, it'll happen to all of us. There's no one who doesn't fall into this in one way or another. We might fall into it for the best of intentions. It doesn't even matter. But that interplay is constant and always going and produces this type of thing. And it's really worth, again, keeping aware of it, keeping on it, and making sure you're doing okay in the long run. God, Rudyard's terrible.
Well, yeah, he is. But it's funny because it's like Narwhal, who's one of my mods, keeps up with the videos just because they're so off the wall. They're just, But also, you said that you had to run. I don't want to have to keep you, if you need to do something, and I think that was a nice ending point. Natural ending point. So if you need to go, you're more than free to.
I'll be bouncing in a couple minutes. I've got my son just came down. He needs help in a video game, so it's got to go be a dad. So 4:00 is kind of my turn. So
okay then. Well, anyway, it was very nice talking to you, and hopefully we can speak again very soon.
We will, and hopefully I'll be on time next time, and not destroy a keyboard in the meantime. You are famous now, and so yes, thank you very much again, and of course, we will keep chatting, and I'll see you soon, and I hope that you and your family are doing great. Well, we are, and thanks for having me, Shakespeare. It'll be fun. We'll do this again. This was really great. Please point me, if you could link me to the Auschwitz book you mentioned. It sounded like something I'd love to read.
Sure. Yeah, I definitely will.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Au revoir.
Bye-bye.
Okay. So I hope people enjoyed that. Yes, thank you so much, Brooks. That was wonderful. Really, really, really wonderful conversation. I honestly am so glad that we did get a chance to speak with Brooks. Let's see here. Okay. But I hope that people enjoyed that. I hope that it was good. Let me see. I saw there was a lot of chat going on. Christians and their theatrics. Anyway, Helgoland also demystifies some of the paradoxes and weirdness of travel away from the time axis. It's impossible to go backwards by geometric rules and the universe follows. But I also heard that when you cross the event horizon of a black hole, the axes rotate so that the space and time are flipped. I remember once I was talking to this so someone who studies cosmology, right, which is part of those, like, astronomy, and it was interesting because, like, I was talking to them about that the most highly regarded jam, I was talking about them about kind of food history, right? It was actually raspberry jam, and the reason why was because one, it was very expensive, right? But there was a lot of fakes, and in fact there was a whole industry of making, like the little seeds, the little pips, right, to make fake ones, right, to sell fake raspberry jam, right? It was a thing back in the day, right, before it was so easy to do, right? And he just he's like listening to this, and then he starts talking about, did you know that the universe smells of raspberries? And I'm just like, what? I was kind of taken aback, like, oh, okay. So the universe smells like raspberries. Good to know. But he said, but only slightly. It was awesome. I'm so glad. Again, wanted to make sure that we could discuss some stuff about Palestine. In this case, particularly looking at Avi Schleim, who is a wonderful historian whose work I am, always indebted to when it comes to talking about Palestine. Let's see here. Okay. Oh, that's wild. Food forgery is such an interesting industry. Yeah. And again, this particularly was a thing in England, right, where they wanted to keep where it was like one of those things, right? It was like a status symbol, right? So people would buy this raspberry jam, and it would have like little pieces of wood in it. Again, like I said, I think it would be cool to do like a dono goal thing, but I don't really know how to run it because, President Sunday has his way of running it. Irene has her own way of running it. I just think, to me, like if the throne, if the books get sponsored, I'm happy, because that's kind of like, what I, for us to, to choose something to talk about, if chat wants to, and that it's something that both chats can contribute to, instantly, right? And also I don't have to do the mathematics, right? I don't have to do any of the, if it's done, it's done, right? So there's that. But otherwise, if just out of support you would like to donate something to the book currently on nuns in the Spanish Empire, would appreciate it. Otherwise, I did want to go back and talk about oops, sorry, I accidentally opened random window. I did want to go back and finish a little bit more of the For Land video that we were watching before by Prolocult. So that way we can because it's a long documentary, but I think that it's very good, and I definitely raised a lot of good questions last time, and I think that we definitely should be going over. Just want to make sure that it's at the right, so that way you can see the subtitles. Okay.
Statistics. Deforestation is the primary driver of habitat loss in the Amazon. A 2021 survey found that cattle ranching pastures occupied around 75% of deforested public lands. In the same year, these ranches accounted for 17% of Brazil's methane emissions. However, this alone does not tell us much. In ecological terms, the density of interaction between and among the forces assaulting the rainforests and those organisms assaulted allows for abstraction only in terms of broad dynamics. To make any sense of the changing Amazon and the struggle of its multitudes as they really are requires painstaking study of local conditions and long-term observation. Socially, the centrality of extractive industries in the destruction of the Amazon merely tells us that wood, cash crops, meat, oil, or gold production in the region are today driving the rainforest's destruction. It does not explain what motivates them.
Also, let me know if the sound is okay, because I can't, like, tell, like, from my end. Because, like, I know sometimes it's, like, louder for y'all, you know, so just let me know. If it's up, if it's up.
A gente sabe que ela não fica aqui. Aquela renda vai entrar no bolso do capitalista e do político. E o povo daqui vai ficar só com o listrado.
So again, like, the reason why I think that this documentary is so worth watching and paying attention to is because, again, like, you know, one of the things you'll often hear is that, oh, you know, the average person doesn't, like, won't understand Marxian concepts, which is just what? Completely untrue. But, like, here you have a prime example of where someone, they recognize the way how capital is working, right? And they, I mean, yes, they use the word capitalist, but like, they recognize the fact that the people there, right, they are the ones that are going to be left with all of the ecological ruin at the very end. Are you sure the wood wasn't seeds? Oh, you mean in the raspberry jam? No, I mean, like, it's because of the, like, we have the stories of, like particularly women were employed in this, but they would make tiny little pips, like, you know, I mean, I'm sure they had some way of making it so that they looked like the raspberry ones, but, you know, but it wasn't raspberry, right? It was like some other fruit. But I don't know which fruit. Like, I don't remember exactly, because, like, I'm almost thinking, like, it was, like, mystery fruit or something, you know? Maybe.
The overwhelming majority of the workers employed in gold mines across the Amazon are essentially slaves. This is forced upon them in many ways. A combination of debt traps workers charge for recruitment fees, lodgings, and food at rates they cannot repay, and trafficking are the most common methods. As a common commodity.
And I think that, you know, saying essentially slaves is, it's very accurate. I will say that. Like, it's, again, there is a part that I might have to, I don't know. I mean, they just say it, but it's like, again, you are there, right? And you have all of these debts, right? That you owe the people that are making you work in the gold mines, right? That's despoiling the entire area around you, right? Including, how is slavery not forced? No. I mean, exactly. It's not. How is it not forced upon someone? But the fact that it's based on this system of indenture, right? Like, or pardon me, in indebting, right? Comes with a particular ending that is very extreme and very sad when they go over it, because it shows you just how much your boss, the capitalists, do not care about workers, right? Like, you as a worker, right? Like, at the end of the day, you know, so.
On trafficking markets, child labor is rife.
Vocês pagam tudo aqui no ouro, né? Tipo, cigarro, uma água, tudo que for, é tudo no ouro, né? Vocês podem me dar uma relação de valores assim? Tipo, uma Coca-Cola, quanto custa?
De 1 grama.
Cigarro.
Can someone look up for me how much a gram of gold costs? Just off the, like, how much is that worth on the international market? Because here it's worth a Coke, right? Here it's worth a Coca-Cola. How much are the capitalists making off of it? How much is 1 gram of gold? That's all I need someone to Google for me, if you would be so kind. Ask. Oh yeah. I can't believe Kanye would ever. I mean, $80.75. So for $80.75, you can buy a Coke to drink. Here, and for 2, right, which would be what, $161.50, right, or $162.50. That would be for a single pack of cigarettes. And again, you have to. This isn't just like getting gold, right? Like you're just picking. This is you mining gold. This is you exposing yourself to mercury. Right, this is you know what I mean, like, in order to buy this. So, also keep that in mind.
Você diz o mais completo.
Oh yeah, his barbecue invite better be revoked, cause
Men with guns patrol the mine's edges. They are tasked with stopping escapees. As well as serving as guards, these men also play a crucial role in disciplining the workforce. An account from a worker rescued from a gold mine explains that anyone at the mine he worked in with too much debt by the end of the month was executed.
okay, that was the part that I was like, I wasn't sure what they showed, so they just switch over to looking at the. But yeah, they have armed guards. I mean, this is what like libertarians, right? Like anarcho-capitalists think would be better than what we have now. And what we have now is not good, because on this earth there are, ANCAP lands. You know what I mean? But it literally is that yes, like again, you're indebted, right? Like your housing is a debt you have to pay off in gold, right? Etc., etc., etc. If you have too much debt in 1 month, you're gone. Forever. You know what I mean? Like, this is how little worth the life of these workers are. Right? And that's what needs to be emphasized here. Like, people can say, oh, whatever. What is the alternative to working off their debts, if there is one? There really isn't one. To working off their debts, is it just jail instead? Because a lot of people that are doing so, right, are trafficked, right? Like that was one of the things, and some of them are children. Remember this. Some of the people that are doing this, that are indebted and have a month to, are children, right? Young boys, young girls, right, etc., right, that are being brought into the Amazon and then being forced to work, right? And if they don't hit that, like, quota, essentially, right, because they rack up too much debt in relation to it, then that's it. So there really isn't a jail, because everything is just about extraction. So if you can't extract enough, right, to pay off the debts, and that's why, like, when people say, those phrases that people will say about, like, you have to earn your keep. I hate those phrases, because I always think of things like this, like, of where people, like, this is actually their life, right? Like, you know what I mean? It's like they have become so sanitized in the West, right? In the United States in particular, where, like, people say it, but they don't really think about it, right? It's like, like, what does that really mean? I found gold once. It was dirty AF, and on the floor of the mall, I got a few $100 for it. Yeah, I mean. But I mean, yeah, but like, imagine your entire life is dependent upon how many grams of gold you can get within a day, and then within a week, and you don't stop working, right? Like that's another thing. It's not like they have days off, right? There's no day off. They don't let them go anywhere. Every day is a work day, right? It's like when they go to sleep, that's when it's over, right? Like
Conditions here are abominable. Accidents on the job are common, even those resulting in death, and no personal protective equipment is provided for the workforce. Miners are first in line for poisoning from both mercury and cyanide.
I mean, look at these, like, look at these kids. Look at these kids right here, wearing shorts and boots. Like, these look like like they should be playing outside, reading a book. They should be in a library. You know what I mean? They should be in school, not having a month to pay off their debts. Otherwise, you never see them again. It's already making someone second-class citizen by having to earn your keep. Right. I mean, like, to me, all of that language has always been very, like, I don't know. I think it's because, like, I've lived in a culture where, like, people don't talk like that. And so when I got to hearing it, it was just so jarring. Like, what do you mean? Like, oh, you have to, like some of the other ones, especially the ones that are about life, right? That it's like, you have to, you're, like, how do some of those go? Like the ones that are tied to living. Oh yeah, you're trying to make a living, right? You're working for a living. It's like, work should not be the thing separating us from living and not living. You know what I mean? I found two $20 bills once leaving school. When the kid in front of me saw what I was looking at and dove and gave it to the teacher. Oh, those are like Randalls, right? Isn't that what that dude is called in the show Recess? Randall?
Also used in the processing of gold. Those who work the mines are also subject to appalling living quarters, with no protection from extreme heat or cold, no sanitation, and contaminated water. Though severe disease is common, medical care is all.
I mean, look, this dude is just wearing like, this is the mining that they're doing, and yet this somehow finds its way to Manhattan, right? To Fifth Avenue, right? To all to the jewelry district, right? To all, somehow finds its way there, right? Because that's how imperialism works. Right, and in fact, we can even see from the import-export records, and I think they go into this, but I think they focus on Canada, but like with the United States, it'll be like, oh, well, we bought 20 million whatever ounces of gold from blah, blah, blah. But it's like, but then the total amount of gold that they have on the market is like 50 times that amount. So it's like, well, how did you get the rest of it? Who knows? Earn a living. Yeah. I've always hated that language because it's so dehumanizing.
All but unheard of. Aside from those who directly work the pits, gold mines in the Amazon traffic children and women to work at bars and brothels in the immediate area. Children often make up half or more of those imprisoned in these brothels.
Ah, en las pampas, ¿no? Sí me han dicho, pero me da miedo. Son mineros ahí, ¿no es cierto? Mineros, pero también así conforme ganan, también cazan, pues. Y ahí se está yendo de chibolas, ¿no? Se van, dice, por un día, 2 días se mueran, pero saben que es peligroso. Les matan ahí por 500 soles nomás. Les llevan con engaños, pero ya no vuelven ya.
Okay, Peruvian soles. If someone would please do me the favor of Googling how much in US dollars is 500 Peruvian soles. So Peruvian soles to dollars. How much is that? 500. So again, like, they trick them. They say, oh, we have waitressing jobs, right? Which, again, that's what happens when you have an economy that is, like, for example, like a lot of Latin America that has a huge tourism sector, right? That already has a huge service economy. So people hear waitress and they think, well, then I can make tips $133.40. So for that amount, you can be Robloxed for that amount. That's how, again, that's another amount of how the price of a life, you know, of a worker's life. So
Menores de edad.
The workforce drawn to the mines out of economic desperation or trafficking largely consists of undocumented peoples, criminals fleeing arrest, and ex-prisoners. Aside from migrants, these undocumented workers largely consist of indigenous peoples and subsistence farmers dispossessed.
So, again, did the... what? Moo? What are you talking about, Haddock? To be frank, the Solis is way up right now. Okay. But yes, like the vast majority of this is going to be indigenous people, but also people who can't get a job because, you know, they were arrested for whatever reason and were placed in jail for whatever reason, right? And also, right, people who were subsistence farmers that had their land taken by now the people essentially that they're working for, right? Like, and so they have to live, you know, in very harsh conditions and don't really have any way out. And again, the vast majority of the people that are in this are, as I said, and as they said, indigenous.
Of their land.
A muumuu is a very loose-fitting dress typically worn in the house by middle-aged to older women. I mean, it's also usually associated with people that are larger. So that's why. Yeah. Anyway.
As deforestation results from all of the economic activities implicated in the Amazon's destruction, it serves as a rough indication of their progress. Prior to the 2000s, population growth stood as the dominant explanation for the loss of forest cover. This position was backed, primarily, by a simple statistical correlation: the registered population of the Amazon.
What do you mean, a couple Philly cheesesteaks? $133? That would be a couple of cheese. That's how much they would cost?
Basin has risen from an estimate of around 100,000 in 1960 to just under 29 million in 2023. Essentially all deforestation has occurred within the same period. Though a shift in academic focus since the 2000s has shown the significance of factors other than population size for deforestation, this has not necessarily disrupted the causal link drawn. Rather, population size is treated as one of a number of determining factors.
So you saw that quick view, right, where it showed people that were kind of like almost like cowering, right? That's an uncontacted tribe, as they're typically called. That's people who have for whom 1492 never, so to speak, never happened, right? Like everything that's happened since has not occurred, right, so to speak, right? Like, so the diseases and everything else, right, insofar as they know, right, does not exist, right, until it's typically forcefully brought upon them, right? So
in much of the literature related to the growth of destructive economic infrastructure as a potential, though not exclusive, motivation. In contrast, a 2016 study on population growth and density in the Brazilian Amazon between 2000 and 2010 by Isabelle Trich and Francois Michel Letourneau illustrates that population and deforestation are often decoupled developments. The study highlights that whilst high population, high deforestation patterns do subsist, both high
oh my gosh, did you see that? The orangutan was actually fighting back. Or at least that's what it looked like. It was actually trying to hit the bulldozer. That is one of those images Like the fact that it knows that that's the thing that's destroying everything, you know? That's sad. Like, that's a really sad thought. That it's like, it's so bad that it actually can react in that way. Well, orangutans are very much like humans in that they also nurture their young for quite a long time, right? Like, kind of like human beings. Whereas, like, with other related primates to us, usually that period is very brief, but with orangutans it's very similar to humans. Actually, I've seen a lot of pics of Mo, and I unfortunately I would just send it to the orangutans and scan. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I know some people that definitely would pay.
Population, low deforestation, and low population, high deforestation patterns are growing. Human deserts accounted for a third of deforested land and just 1.5% of the population in 2010, with deforestation increasing and population decreasing in these areas through the prior decade.
So, what I know this is a bit confusing because they're saying like a lot of different, right? But this is saying that the idea, right, like this Malthusian thing that you will get from a lot of right-wing people, right, that like, oh, the problem is that there's too many people. No. You have the Amazon where you're having a depopulation, right? And that is resulting in that is decoupled from the fact that deforestation and human deserts, that is human, is rising. So that just the whole thing of, oh, it's too many human beings. No, it's not. Like, just that alone. Because human beings as such, right, like, will use the resources that are available to them. Capital, right, capital extraction is what, makes it use far more. So
the same period saw a marked increase in the concentration of the rural population, both in large villages and within the rainforest itself, and a 30% increase of the urban population.
Here's where I have to be.
And large villages are associated with an increase in pollution. Each of these settlement patterns has a low impact in terms of deforestation.
Exactly.
This is particularly true of concentrated populations within the rural rainforest, largely consisting of indigenous peoples and subsistence farmers, with these regions showing a deforestation rate of around 0.18% of a region.
Like, again, so if you have capitalists there, right, you have this super high deforestation rate. If you have just regular people, in this case the indigenous people, you have less than 1%, 0.18% deforestation with high concentrations of people living together. Again, because it's not in their interest to deforest the whole Amazon. Like, that, it doesn't make any sense, right? So that is something to also keep in mind, right? That, like, when we are thinking about the ecology around us, right? It's like we also have to reintroduce indigenous knowledges about ecology, right? Permaculture, etc., because, like, for example, I always give, one, because, again, here you have such a low deforestation rate, right? Even though you have large concentrations in towns and villages, right? Which puts to rest the idea that just humans as such, as a number, right, are the cause of the problem. It's as soon as you have capitalists and the imperialism and the movement of the means of production into imperialized countries so as to extract capital, right, that then that rate goes up on its own without any relationship to the people.
Forest cover. What emerges from this overview is a picture of the settlement pattern driving the deforestation of the Amazon. Rather than population growth, rural depopulation giving way to resource extraction in...
Unfortunately, population is not determinative of subscription income. A critical variable is a propensity to subscribe to To Shakespeare for $4.49 or free with Twitch Prime. That's right. If you would like to get out of the ad break, you can always subscribe with a Twitch Prime subscription or for $5.99, as the new prices are here on Twitch. And you never have to suffer through ads ever again, or at least for a month. And for those of you on YouTube, you can always. I don't have. Oh yeah, it's 25% off. You're right. You're absolutely right. It's September, so you also get a discount, 30% if you subscribe for 6 months. So consider that. Consider that an investment worth your while. And as for Twitter, and as for YouTube, we're on the road to 500 subs. That way, then I can get super chats and members.
Industrial agriculture and population concentration appears as the primary motor of the process. Though Trich and Letourneau's analysis only concerns the Brazilian Amazon, the same process can be seen elsewhere, as shown by a 2019 study of the Ecuadorian Amazon and a 2005 study of the Amazon as a whole. The ubiquity of this pattern undermines the conclusions these studies draw from it, each arguing for a greater local focus in analysis. While such analysis is undoubtedly useful, it is clear that this development pattern is united. What unites it is the crucial question.
Let me see here. YouTube knowers in chat. Is it like a one-time milestone where like you can get super chats forever if you had 500 subs in the past? Oh wait, a relevant question, I think. Yeah. Subs are free on YouTube. That's right. Debated. Yeah, indeed. I have to be careful with I have to be careful with some of these, because like here they're dressed, right? But I'm like, I have to be careful because I know at some point they like start filming in a village and it's like, different, clothing etiquette of different cultures. So
2022, 200 tribes fill the Brazilian capital to demonstrate against efforts by the Bolsonaro government to legalize mining on indigenous land. Among them march representatives covered in gold and red to symbolize the violence which comes with the gold mines.
Illegal miners have been offering food to our underage girls in return for sex. They polluted our rivers with mercury and poisoned the fish we eat. Now our youngsters...
Think about that. To have... Okay, but... Well, I can't say, I can't. Just think about the fact that once you've degraded the ecology of that area, right, to the point where now you can exchange food for something very illegal, right? It's just, I don't know, it's just beyond.
Feel they depend on gold to survive. Some of our leaders have sided with the miners because they feel they can't depend on the government for protection.
And the thing is that they can't depend on the government nor the miners, right? Because they're both on the sides of capital, right? Like, that's the thing. Like, people can talk about Lula all they want. Trust me. You can go on and whatever. But at the end of the day, Brazil's still a capitalist country. Right. Yeah.
As alluvial gold mines are illegal across most of the basin, they cut furthest into the rainforest's canopy to remain hidden, leaving a network of roads for other industries to follow.
And this is important, right? It's like once you have one extractive industry, right? This is the same thing across, like, this is why, like, when people say, like, why don't we try to open up a blank in this place, right? Because then it leads to other extractive things, right? It's like, well, we're only going to open one mine, right? Miners, yes, literally. But think about how desperate the situation must be when food becomes the modicum of exchange. You know what you know what I mean? Like, that shows how horrific it is. Because think about it. The fish are, like, the majority of their food is poisoned. The water that they drink is poisoned. Everything is poisoned. You know? Like, it's... É veramente desastre. Mas, no, I don't know.
The experience of the Yanomami tribes, who live in a remote region along the border of Brazil and Venezuela, attests to the destruction this incursion brings.
And yes, if you'd like to support me and my research, you can always do so by checking out my throne and helping get this 72% to 100%. Again, if you can. Oh, I think here is where I have to.
2021.
Here is where I have to.
Enter the village of Helepe, searching for a villager. Tensions are already high.
I can't show it.
Since 2019, the miners have become emboldened. They have exchanged old hunting rifles for pistols and automatics. Gunfire breaks out, and the clash leaves a miner dead. Reprisals will follow for months, with many attacks and even massacres in Yanomami villages.
Lo que una parte por la rabia que tengo dentro del corazón es porque el Estado declara como reserva y nos da como, ¿cómo se puede decir? Como que nos da un pedacito de tierra con un papel que se dice convenio.
So again, this is them saying, like, yeah, they, you know, give you this little piece of paper saying, hey, you know, this is your land and whatever, you know, right? The you know, we grant you this land, as if any settler colonial government of any nation in the Americas has the right to tell the indigenous people where and when their land begins and ends. One thing, but you know, if we're gonna, you know, that aside, even if they do, you know, the fact that they're saying it's just a piece of paper, right? I had no idea the metal in tuna was man-made. What? Tim Pool thinks kids should have jobs. I mean, to earn a living, right? To prove, I mean, because like all of that, what that means is you have to prove to the world that you deserve to live, right? By way of you're being exploited. I mean, what else can it mean, right?
No hubiésemos preocupado proteger, tal vez este río tenía que estar acabado, porque date cuenta desde que nos dimos cuenta cómo trabajaron ahí.
Open violence has become a staple of life on Yanomami territory since the discovery of gold in the mid-1970s. Gunpowder and lead, however, are not the only weapons wielded by the mines.
Oh, have to be careful again.
Malaria, brought by miners in the 1980s, is now common.
Think about that. Right, okay, since Europeans first, began to colonize the Americas in the way that we know it now, right? 1492 to 1980, no malaria. Then these people come up, right, destroying the Amazon. Now there's malaria. And they live in a place where there is so much water. So many places where now those mosquitoes, now introduced into the place, can breed, can spawn. Capitalism is a pyramid scheme. Oh, I don't even know. Like, that's almost giving it, I know what you're saying, but, I'm always, even that's a bit, okay, so let's go here.
2018 and 2022, an average of 3 Yanomami infants died every week of the disease. Combined
3, and remember, this is not millions of people. This is 3 infants every single week that have no reason to be dying of a disease that they never had before and that they had no reason to be introduced to, and that now that their lands are subject to violence since the 70s, only because shiny rock under the ground. Hoot Night Damal, thank you so much for joining us. No. I know what I know what you're trying to say. It is a pyramid scheme. I'm always like, it's like the worst of all pyramid schemes, you know. I worked full time as a closer when I was in high school, and it was just to survive. I lost about 100 pounds in a school year, and the school did nothing after determining if it was from poverty. Yeah, it's disturbing.
With the mercury and cyanide pollution brought by the pits and a chronic lack of healthcare, the impact of disease in the destruction and dispossession of the tribes is clear. The pollution brought by the mines not only assaults the health of the Yanomami, it destroys their means of subsistence. As the fish have died off or become inedible, the tribes have been forced to go further afield or to seek food from the market or the miners. This dependency is complemented by the...
Like, think about that. The people that have ruined your food source now are the people you have to go to buy food. You see how that relationship... I mean, and again, here we see it in a very raw and horrific form, but it exists even in the United States. I mean, it's just... You know what I mean? It's like the same capitalists that have destroyed everything, right? It's just, oh, well, you know, they have suburbs here, right? Because it's the imperial core, right? It's very different, right? But you can see the magnitude, right? How the scale is different, and that there is obviously a material difference on, you know, but that, right? It's like you have to go to Walmart. But Walmart is also the, you know, dispossessing, ruin, you know, all of the stuff, right? So, yeah. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah, really. I mean, I wouldn't even know what else to say. I mean, that's definitely what it... Okay. Okay, well, I am getting very hungry. I need to go make some dinner for myself. So we're going to raid on Twitch. We're going to raid Globus. So make sure to please get into the machine and make sure to tell him hello for me. Thank you, everybody that came here to spend time with me, that was here to also listen to Brooks and to also participate in our conversations. Like I said, I really appreciate each and every one of you for even dedicating even a minute of your time to, you know, to listening and watching what I have to say and, you know, communicating with me, etc. So with that, I send you off to the Twitch side to Globus, and I will see you all very, very soon. Bye. Also, bye, YouTube. Make sure to like and subscribe.